my God. They're supposed to start like 4 or 5 minutes ago, something like that. But I'm over here messing things up. So yeah. Let me see. I'm supposed to have my notes here. How come I don't have my notes? This is kind of a mess, you know? Anyway. I usually have an intro that I do. And it's really cool. I talk about, like... What is it? How's it go? Oh, I think I got it. Hey, everybody. This is Derek. My name is... how's it go? Jeez. I am so rusty at this. All right. Hey, everybody. My name is Derek. I am a Dildo-smith. I'm here to do weekly AMA Ask Me Anything, where we talk about dildos and dildo making and everything in between. So you might have noticed for the topic this week, we've got a guest coming on, and we will be bringing her on momentarily. And she is my newest employee. And we are growing and expanding, and I think that Suzy's going to be an awesome addition to the mix, and she's going to be, I think she's going to be primarily focused on Amavidi. Might have to bring her in on some of the other projects we do, but I think that she's going to be primarily our contact for Amavidi. It's summer. Long hair makes it pretty freaking sweaty around here. But yeah, she's going to be our kind of social media manager for Amavidi. Going to be doing all of the social media posting and all of the contacting people and getting in touch with folks that have questions and things like that. And also going to be doing a lot of the pours. So she's going to be a really good addition to the mix here. So I think I'm going to go ahead and bring her in. Suzy, are you there?
Am I? Hold on, I'm hiding in the ether. Pardon me as I shift through the spectral realm. Poof. Poof. Ta-da.
There you are.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hey.
How are you?
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, this is the first time we've done this. It's been a long time since I've done and had a guest on the show. It's just...
Well, I'm flattered to be here.
Yeah.
This is a great job opportunity, and I never thought my resume would include...
What's the word?
Making dildos. I honestly,
Dildo-smith.
I remember like our early talks back in the day about creative thoughts we had on the subject, and I was very pleased to find somebody that was like-minded, who was like, the science of silicone, I know its applications as well. I was like, thank goodness, let's talk about some science. But by the way, I am live on my Twitch as well, but if you guys are watching me or listening to me on my channel, you should go check out where the main view is, so that you can see Derek's lovely face and his cool stuff that he has all set up. And yeah, then you can join that chat as well, so check it out in the little description thing I put up there. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, actually there's I have my chat set up. It's kind of front and center right here. But if anybody has any questions, they can drop them into the chat, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube or anything like that. Actually, I think those are the main ones. Periscope. Yeah. Also, I can bring in comments or questions from Periscope. So, yeah, if you've got any questions or anything, then drop them in the chat and we will try to remember to watch it. I'm horrible about watching the chat.
I have a bunch of people showing up in my stream. Hi, everyone. Hi. I'm going to probably not just keep saying hi every 5 seconds, because I'm doing the interview about the adult stuff with my new job, Kay. but I love you guys. Thank you so much for having me on. Honestly, like, I'm very excited, and I always like being in the shop, because I know that I talk incessantly, and there's just nothing more exciting to me than talking about fabrication just in general and asking a million questions like the ADHD person I am about fabrication. So I'm very pleased that I get to apply the desires to learn the science.
And see, that was one of the reasons, and I don't know if people want to know this, but this is where we're going to go start off with. But I mean, that's one of the reasons why I brought you in, was because I knew you had a fascination with fabrication, the making of things, and you also had an artistic bent, which allowed you to see things in a little bit different way, and not just process, but how that process can be used. And so that's why you floated to the top. I've always had my eye on you a little bit, to where, just maybe one day. But yeah.
Oh, so, I guess they're saying they can barely hear you. So
oh.
Maybe they can hear you now.
Hey.
Is that better? Can you hear him now?
Yeah. So I wanted to kind of introduce you, and we'll talk a little bit about, how you got in, and kind of what your background is, and what you're bringing to the table, but what you're bringing to it, because just you're going to have your own perspective and your own way of approaching things, and that's something that I think is important, and something that I want folks to know, that you have something to add to it.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited. I loved our early conversations too, because I have had so many experimental issues with some of my own personal projects as far as learning, and that's what it takes. It's like being a mad scientist, basically. You have a concept and you develop it over time, and you're going to make a lot of messes, and that's why I really liked coming into, because you're like, we have a process, and I was like, oh, thank God. But development is still occurring, and it's still creative, it's still exciting to me, and I love all of it, so I'm very excited. I'm so ready. My body is ready.
We have pretty strong processes in terms of, you've seen the spreadsheets, how we do our formulas when we're doing different mixes of different silicones, and how we get to the firmness that we're shooting for. So, the processes are pretty strongly built, but there's always room in there for, number one, improvement, but also number two, to bring in another perspective. And, how are you going to approach color, and the way that you're going to
with a lot of neurosis. No, I'm very excited too. Like, one thing I found, especially there's a lot of people in my chat now that help me do little other things, and I've come to realize that not only is it beneficial, but it's more fun and creative for me when I have other people's perspectives as well. When I have the outside window that says, okay, this is what I know and what I want to accomplish, but you sometimes you'll see and hear and do things you never thought of because you have other people's perspectives. So it's always exciting for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't tell you how many times that Rowan has added something to the process. And yes, I am the boss, and yes, I'm ultimately responsible for everything, but I do see it as, it's not a top-down kind of structure. It's a bottom-up structure where I'm below you guys and I'm supporting you in producing what it is that we make. And my job is to make sure that you have everything you need to be able to make the things that we do, but also to expand that process. So
yeah, I feel like you're like the conductor dad or something. You're just like, here you are, children, go play. You're like, yes, we will. And we'll make lots of messes.
Well,
they're fun messes though.
Yeah, I always think of the studio as kind of my playground, and it's, I have a lot of toys in there. You've seen a lot of them. So, yeah, it's my playground.
Yeah, no, it's a very exciting place for me. It's so funny because I'm old enough. A lot of people in the city I live in too, we have like the Fab Lab, you know, those kinds of things exist now. And for those of you who don't know about that kind of stuff, basically it's like you kind of rent, you know, 3D printers and laser cutters and
it's
all
a membership
kinds of
program.
Yeah. So you don't have to be a person that has invested a great deal in all these different things in order to use them. But for me, I don't necessarily always have access to that, but I love being in the shop because it's like, ooh, what does this button do? You know, everything makes something really cool and exciting, and I love it so much. I love the development process. I love today. I've already had questions, people asking me about sizes and why do you do this? And I'm just like, well, it's great that you asked that, because there's an incredible science and a lot of research that went behind a lot of this. And that's why I love talking to you and hanging out there too, because we're not just talking about like, oh, we made a thing and it's got colors and it's nice. I mean, there's like an extensive amount of research that went into doing all of this, which is kind of my thing. I like research. That's kind of my thing that I do.
So, when I contacted you and said, hey, what are you doing? What were your thoughts? I mean, you know, how did you come into that?
I was immediately excited because I was like, oh, we've got to talk about doing some stuff.
Yeah.
I remember I think it was with Rowan, actually. I was like, I had kind of broached the subject about a personal project I was doing. I was like, I'm doing this weird thing. That's weird. And Rowan went, it's funny you mentioned that because I know somebody who's also doing a thing. And that's how we got to talking. And I was so excited. I remember that first time I thought we were just going to hang out for about an hour. And I think we talked for like 3 hours or something. And I was just so incredibly excited. I was so excited. And I'm still excited. And every time I go up there, you know, lack of sleep or not, I'm just like, yes, what are we going to figure out how to do today? I had a little bit of apprehension too, because I was like, man, am I going to be able to facilitate this process? But I think it's, the more I do it, the more fun it becomes, honestly. I'm just like, yeah, let's do more. What about this color? What about this texture? Let's do it. I love it. I think it's amazing. And I'm very excited to see what people think about the creations.
Well, actually, that brings up a topic, you know, the people around you. What do they think? Have you told them? Do they know that you make dildos?
Well, I may or may not have posted it all over social media today. So if they didn't know before, they definitely do now. I mean, I guess I could be totally honest about that. Initially, I had a great deal of apprehension. I always use a litmus test of a couple of specific family members or people who are very close to me. I'm like, doing the thing. And my mom's like, oh, that's nice. So, you know, that seemed fine. Or she'd be like, hey, that's cool. Like, do you make the, you know, how do you make them in different colors? You know, all kinds of stuff. But I think for me, the issue is like personal evolution. Like, people have come to expect something. And now I'm like, ta-da, I'm weird. Did you know that? Here we go.
Well, you know, you have a certain personality, and I mean, we'll use the words personal brand, but you know, you have a persona or a way of presenting yourself to the world that is something that it's not just, how do I put this? I guess I don't want to put too fine of a point on it, but you have a personal brand, and adding this to it could twist that a little bit.
It does. And so I did a lot of like literal soul searching and asking all my friends, like, what do you think is going to happen? Because I did get concerned about the future. But the other thing that's funny is for years I have been working with, I think the biggest issue, and we've just come out and say it, is the taboo of the industry in general. And, you know, the toy making aside, just the entirety of the industry and what that means. whether it be for people's personal whatever it is, or professional whatever it is. There is a taboo there, and it affects the way people are perceived. And for me, one of the biggest platforms I've been on, and actually how I met Rowan and everybody else too, was doing charity work for sexual health and wellness, and testing, just all kinds of different charities. All the dancing I did for Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence and all kinds of companies like that, where their main priority and goal is to educate, to prevent the spread of communicable things, and to try and lessen the taboo. And for me, I spent the first couple of days being like, maybe I could just personal message everybody forever and I'll never put it on social media. And then I after this weekend as well, I don't know, I mean, I hope it's okay to say, I did the New Dart show, and it was great, and I met an incredible amount of people. There was a great deal of education going on there, amazing performers, all kinds of vendors and stuff. But the reality is that I'm at that point in my life where, as much as I want to continue doing the things I have been doing, I'm evolving as a person. And also, I no longer give an F about I say that I give many, but I don't give enough of one to try to repress or inhibit myself in a way that is destructive to me. And I personally do not think that what I'm doing for this company is negative or inappropriate or anything like that. It does upset some people that I am changing a lot. It upsets me kind of, because I'm like, TBH friends, always been this way. Sorry, I just put it on the internet. But it's okay, because in the end, the people who like what they like and what I do are going to stick around, and the people who don't, I will lose them and just have to deal with that as a human. I will be sad, but later, when I'm hanging out with all the people that are interested in all these things, hopefully I'll be happier. And that's just the goal.
And here's the deal, is that for me, I've never run into anybody who had a problem with it. At least not that they've told me, I guess.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Everybody that I've talked to has been very supportive, and then they have a lot of questions. And then sometimes they'll drop in on the live streams and stuff. And what they have found is that we don't titilize this. It's not it's not titillating. We're not trying to be sexy about the whole thing. We're, yes, we do talk about sex, and we can be very graphic about it, but that is always in the context of education and teaching them either how the processes work, or the different firmnesses, or why we use platinum cured silicone, or why we haven't done
health
X, Y, or Z. Yeah. So, there's a lot of teaching that happens.
I think that's the best part of it. It's funny, when I first moved, I moved cities in my life. Like, I had a big fulcrum event, and then I moved cities. And that's part of the reason, Spectre actually exists. And when I first moved here, I met some people in the BDSM community who were at an event I was doing. And their sole purpose in teaching seminars was because a friend of theirs had a child that passed away from an incident involving misinformation and non-education. And so their life's work was, I'm going to make sure people are educated. And I just loved that. I thought that was incredible and amazing. And I feel like that's what this is. I think that it's weird for a lot of, I guess I'll say Westerners. It's weird for Westerners, especially American, America, to talk about sex in general, but talking about anatomical subjects, it should be very sterile. To be honest, we're definitely not titillating. I think, honestly, we're kind of derpy and sometimes have to rein in the comedy a little bit, only because it's too fun. But I think it's great. I'm more excited as time goes on, and I think that it's a great sense of place for education. Looks like I'm just making sure I don't have questions because I've had a couple of people.
Yeah.
My friend, tarot artist, she wants to know if we will help her with a design project she's working on.
I'm always happy to talk about process and help people kind of design. Now, I'm not going to design for them, but I can tell them what to watch out for and things like that.
Right.
Actually,
it's a very, I don't know, I guess tarot, we should, I guess I could tell, like, we'll talk about it another time, but she's making these, it's a joke and they're high vibing, but they're Hitachi head covers. And they look like something very specific, and it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I was trying to find. I think that was on Instagram. And kind of an example of somebody. I don't remember how I found it, but somebody. I was going through Instagram and I started following a couple of people, and I always love to follow the new folks who are kind of new to the industry, and just love seeing what they're coming up with and how they're approaching it. And I had one of those occasions where I followed somebody and they were like, "Oh my God, you followed me?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely."
Yeah.
And they were having
That's cool.
a very specific problem. And we actually chatted back and forth about that problem and how to approach solving it and things like that. And so, yeah, they are sex toys, but it's also about the art. It's about the process.
It is. And I think that's something that drew me to this whole project initially, because we're not talking about like the blue industry in general, which is billions of dollars, huge, thing. But this is so much more. I mean, I keep hearing the word artisan. Artisan is the right word for this. It's personal, it's custom, it has a much more like emotionally invested feel. I don't even know how to describe it. There's something, and one thing that I really like that I'm super excited about on the TikTok is, before any of this, I still watched silicone and resin pour videos and demolding and stuff. I'm very disappointed that we can't show the demolding. I went on the TikTok and I kept seeing that comment like 1,000 times, like, "Where's my demolding videos?" Because it's so satisfying to watch. But you can't, because
if you go back far enough into my TikToks, there is one demolding video that hasn't gotten taken down yet. So you can go back, you can see one, but you have to go back to, like one of the first 5 or 10 videos that I did, and it still hasn't gotten taken down.
It's funny because one of the things that what you were talking about, just going back to what you were saying earlier about having somebody ask you about questions, I follow a couple of adult like Instagrams and stuff where people's brand is like they airbrush or body paint, and they're all artisans, and that's how I've learned everything. Like, that's how I ended up talking to you, was I was like, okay, I need to make something and I want it to be very specific, and I have spent XYZ amount of sorry, it's my very old dog. I've spent XYZ amount of time and wasted a lot of money trying to fix things. So how do I do this? And so far, everybody has always been really kind. There've been a couple of people where I've been like, "Hey, how do I, what do you think about this? And I want to make this design and whatever else." And they've always been really receptive. But I've noticed with the adult makers, they always have that well-placed, sticker. I always wonder, I feel like algorithmically, there's not necessarily an algorithm that can like visually see what's happening, but I feel like a lot of it probably gets reported and stuff, and people are like, they foo-foo. But dang it, I want my demolding videos. I think those are great. I love them. I know. And it's really satisfying. If you guys haven't been to the Amavidi TikTok, you should go, because there's a bunch of pour videos, and I can't wait to be a part of more. I want that in my life. I want to be part of those pour videos. I need.
Yeah. I see tarot artist. I'm working on an anti-toxic positivity thing, and I'm currently sculpting the head shapes for Hitachi style massagers. I don't have the space to actually produce the product. Okay. I was wondering if y'all be willing when I'm ready to do the production side of things so I have a product to sell. Absolutely. And I mean, Suzy, you've been with us for a couple of weeks and you've had a chance to see a lot of what we do is production for other people and other companies.
It's true.
And, you know, I love making things, and the retail side of it makes it a little bit harder to, there's retail is one of those things that it's kind of hard to know what people are going to want. And so it's hard to produce enough to satisfy that need in myself. But we do wholesale on a lot of projects. And so we can do thousands of things. So yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to do production for folks. And yeah.
It's really fun. She even has an emoticon about it. It's cute. I love it. I'm super excited about it. I think that that's something, again, that Amavidi offers that a lot of other companies, like, we're talking about hand-poured, custom-made items to an extent. Yes,
well, every one of them is
that are
hand-poured
made already. Yes, so you can go on the website right now, and if you're on my stream, you'll see the links to. You can click the link there and go to the thing. But you'll see product that has been created, and find things that you might like. But there are also options to create your own product, which is, I mean, each one of them is going to be a custom handmade job with lots of love put in as well. and
Yeah.
Possibly its own silicone pour TikTok video. You don't even know. But there's so many options. It's incredibly customizable. So you can get super specific about something you really want for yourself. You can invest your own thoughts and feelings into this product, and you can know that it's not being like heinously mass produced in a giant machine somewhere far, far away. And be worried about what's it's made out of. That's another thing that I really liked about what we talked about in general. And your research is very intricate on the subject of health and safety. And I know that's something that I've been telling people in my messages. I'm like, I have plenty of friends and family members even who've worked in the adult industry, and they have in sales. And there are things I would be like, I wouldn't, touch that. It's not, don't do that. That's not safe. Or things that you just, you buy them and they break immediately, or they're just made cheaply. But I get to see the whole process from start to finish, and it's me doing it. So as a germaphobe and a person who's paranoid all the time, I'm like, okay, I know that this is going to be like the extra sterilization processes that are put into place as well. I'm like, this is satisfying. I like it. I put this in the bag and I feel like, yeah, this is clean and great. You should always still clean your toys regardless before you use them. But anyway, it's pre-sterilized for you. But
Yeah.
I like being able to see the whole process and be part of it and tell people, no, I was there. I was there this whole time.
And I would love to, I mean, we've talked about this a little bit, is that in the room that we do all of our pours, I would love to put cameras in so that, people could watch that entire process and they can see how we do things.
You can see, it's like the Dong Cam. You can see your stuff being made just for you. And we'd be like, hold up the number and be like, this one is yours. You get to see it be born. Hooray.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. So, I see what we do as a service to the community is that we do art that people enjoy on multiple levels. And so that makes me feel good. So.
And if there are anybody out there that's a meme lord, you definitely should get on the Amavidi Facebook, because there is memes galore. And my favorite ones thus far, when you're talking about community service, it says, masturbation will never break your heart. And I feel that so deeply. I've got the feels for that. Deep feels.
My two favorites are, there's one that says dildo, the original selfie stick. And then there's another one that says, there are times when you realize when you're with somebody that you'd much rather be at home with your dildo. Those are my two favorites.
I think it's great. I love it. I'm so excited for all of this. I love the process in general. And it's funny because silicone in general, as far as like being a maker, I mean, the applications are almost endless. And I've used it. I started using it more recently before I moved, but I mean, just watching, there's something incredibly satisfying about watching the colors blend and the shiny pigment in the goop, you know, go into the molds and then come out later. It's just incredible to see it all happen. And I can't wait to do more. And also, for those of you who don't know, Amavidi also, and I feel like I'm walking advertisement at this point, but it's because I'm just so freaking excited. They offer sensory squish toys. You guys know, for those of you who have been on my Stram for a long time, you know how I love the squish toys. I have so many squish toys, and they have just random squish toys. I got to make some today. I got to be a part of the squish toys, and it was so wonderful. And you can go on the website and buy them in a bag, a little miscellany bag of squish toys. So there's lots of different stuff on there. I can't remember where you get there's like a section in there as well for just the straight make your own customizable options.
If you go to the website and you go to the shop tab, there's one that says custom for you. And that's where you can pick. You can either do something that uses one of our standard colorways, like the Aurora, Dewy Skies, or Mardi Gras, something like that. But then you get to pick the model and the firmness. Or you can actually go to, there's one product that allows you to pick the model, the firmness, and all of the colors. And you can get really custom that way.
I was gonna say the options are almost endless, and I think that kind of shocked me at first because I'm sort of like Monk in a way, where I'm like, can I just have two options? And like even today with the colors, it was like, pick a color, and I went, oh no, because now I have to pick more than one color and look at all the colors that there are. But I like being in an environment where I can look at you and be like, so about that color theory, and we're talking about that as I'm making a dildo. I think it's wonderful. I love it. I love my life. I think it's great. I'm very excited about this.
So tarot artist, she says, I say she, but tarot artist, we have to have a live workroom cam. I want to do that, but we'll have to figure out how
maybe
we can
without
do it in
volume.
a way. Yeah. And Kaz's used to have a live cam at the bar. I didn't know that. Funny thing, I just had Kaz's last night for dinner.
Oh wow. Yeah, I actually know somebody who's told me all about it because people would watch them and like it was weird.
There's something about it. People enjoy. It's almost that voyeuristic kind of tendency in ourselves that we want to see the behind the scenes. So
looks like Tarot's interested in our positive.
So your positives for your molds, do y'all use 3D printed modeled prints that you smooth, or do you like clay positives? I actually do both. We have a couple of models that we hand carved out of clay, and then we have several models that we 3D print, and then we've done the finishing process to make them less rough. If you've ever seen a 3D print, you can know that it can be a little bit rough. But we use the process that is appropriate for the design. And that means, you know, if it's in a more organic shape, then we're probably going to do a hand-carved, hand-styled model. But if it's a much more structural shape, architectural shape, then we're probably going to go towards the 3D modeling side.
Well, and that's why we were talking about this earlier today as well. That's something that, you know, I having been a maker or been around makers, that was something that, like, that's why I'm so excited about this job, because I could look at these and be like, wow, look at how clean these 3D models are. I'm like, how did you finish the outside? And you're like, well, let me tell you exactly how we did that. And those kinds of things that I enjoy those things. And I remember too, like, there's so much exhaustive research that goes into, like, for instance, the shape. There are shapes and sizes and handcrafted things. We looked at some earlier, and some things I've made in the past where I would make a shape and I'd be like, this is a great idea. And then I'd go, ooh, that's gonna keep fluids.
That's a little pokey.
Oh, yeah, right. It's like, oh, this seemed great on paper. And then later you go, oh no, this was not, the milk was a bad choice. Yeah. So I love that. I think that's what excites me the most about this whole thing, is just the conceptual design process of all of it, learning, experimenting, and hanging out with you happy people here on the internet talking about dildos.
Yeah, well, you may have seen, this is episode number 36. I have been really bad about doing weekly streams for the last couple of months. You did not get to participate in the move.
No,
but we just moved studios, and
I saw the previous studio, and I think the new studio is fantastic. So
good. I think it's going to be a lot more functional.
Yeah.
So
the more functional space. There's space.
Right.
Space. I love it. I mean, that's a whole other bag of cats. I remember initially in the beginning when I started my little project, I mean, it was in a personal place, but when I was asking questions of, like, companies that I needed product from, I'd be like, yeah, I'm doing this this monster movie. Gotta make some tentacles just for monsters. Definitely for monsters. So
yeah,
which one should I buy? And they'd be like, yeah, okay, right. Not like, you're like the 50th person today, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. Like, wow, there's a lot of people making monster movies right now, and I'm like, oh. But I like how easy it is just to walk into the space in general and be like, we're working, but it's fun and educational, and we get to do neat stuff. That's neat. I
had I guess it wasn't this week, it was last week. My Reynolds rep came in. Reynolds is where a lot of folks get smooth on products. So he came in. I guess I've spent enough money with them that
you warranted a rep.
Yeah. So he came in, and we talk about a lot of different things, because I do resin casting, and I also do silicone, and we do silicone molds that we use for other products. And so it's not just about dildos, but that's what this show's about, so that's what we talk about. But he came in, and I was like, okay, the way I do things is that I try to respect people and their boundaries. And when they come in, I let them know that, by the way, if we go into this area, you may see things that are of an adult nature. And if that bothers you, then we can stay out here and we can do whatever.
Let's not go in this back.
Yeah. And he was like, nah, not going to bother me a bit. And I was showing him around. I showed him our silicone room, and he was looking around. He saw our molds and everything. And he was like, I've been doing this 30 years. I've seen a lot of people make dildos. And so,
He's
yeah.
like, yeah. Oh, it's great product. Good job, kids. You're doing great. I've seen a lot of dildos in my day, but.
Right? Seen a barrel full of pickles.
Oh, goodness.
3:37 a.m. says, I just made my first glove mold today. Awesome. Haven't done a pour yet. This channel has helped a lot. Hey, I'm happy to help. If you've got any questions, you can hit me up on Twitter at Amavidi. You can send me a direct message on Twitter, or what are we on? On Instagram, it's amavidi.studios. I haven't gotten around to moving everything to the same name on everything, but Yeah.
I think later on my stream, I'm gonna have to show them some pour videos. I'm gonna have to.
Absolutely. I mean, you can go to TikTok and pull it up that way, but
Yes.
I actually prefer I prefer glove molds for what we do. If you're doing very large pours, then like Bad Dragon, they're not going to be doing glove molds. They're going to be doing block molds just because of the volume of silicone that they're going to be pouring. What we do is, I don't know, would you call it beginner or introductory or meaty? Where are we on that spectrum?
For the mold making process?
The models themselves.
The models. Oh, man. Oh, it's kind of a loaded question because, like, to be honest, yes, but also for someone like me, having a shape that's like organic or geometric and making it even seems like a really hard thing to do.
Oh, you're talking about the symmetry?
Oh God. Yes, like, or just I don't know. I mean, sure. I think sure. I think it ranges, depends on which one it is. But yeah, I don't know. There's so much involved. There's a lot involved.
Have I embarrassed you?
Like some of it, I'm like, absolutely, these are fantastic. And then I think about, two or three other designs, and I'm like, oh no. This is
like
complexity AF.
The Parabolica and the Saturnalia are a little bit more girthy, and
yes,
the Parabolica is kind of it's my take on what a tentacle could be, and it's still got that curvy shape, but it's also a little bit more structural. It's still organic, but it's still kind of structured and architectural.
Yes.
The Saturnalia is also fairly girthy, but it also has that medial ring around the middle that if you're looking for that
part, yes.
If you're looking for that extra little bit of stretch. But I also angled it in a certain way so that it's not just an abrupt like plug. Since it's
Shelf,
angled,
boop.
Yep. And since it's angled, it's a little bit more. It's easier to kind of ease your ways. It's kind of easier to ease yourself into knots, or some of the more extreme versions. Yeah.
Things, yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking, like, some of them I'm going, yeah, this is pretty great. This is pretty simple, and definitely anybody could do it. And then I'm thinking about like gibbous texture and stuff like that, and I'm like, those kinds of molds, those kinds of things.
The gibbous is one where people they love the texture portion of it, but they can't use it like you're traditionally used to using it as kind of a penetrative toy. You're not going to be able to go to town with that. You're not going to go pound town, as they say. But as a texture toy,
I wouldn't
it's
recommend it.
Yeah. One of the reviews, I always send things out to, I have a small group of testers, and I always send them out. And one of the comments that came back was, number one, you always have to use lube with this one. And number two, you can't go too fast or you're going to start a fire. And
all I can think was like, friction.
But there's
these
a
are the
lot
kinds
of
of things that
texture
go into the
in
market
that.
research, at least.
There's a lot of texture in that, though, which if, as more of an external toy, as more of a texture play toy, it can be a lot of fun. So,
but each design has its own situational, environmental bonuses, one of which being this one is.
Yeah, we do. The models that we have made so far have been very focused in their design and their style and their intended use. Like the dough is one that is a great way of introducing anal play, especially to folks that have a prostate. And it's a great way of having something that is not intimidating, something that is an introductory piece, so to speak.
It's not necessarily either. Like, there's something to be said in my mind. I actually saw another toy company documentary describe. He said, we wanted to make something intimate that was personal, but not necessarily human, but also not necessarily foreign. So we're not talking about like some, Bad Dragon. We mentioned them earlier. There's things on that website that if you pull up the page, sometimes you go, oh, okay. And again, everybody has their own tastes, and I'm not even going to say that any of them are bad. I'll just go, yep. Okay.
You're going to have to work up to that one.
Right. Or something, right? Like, don't know what that is. Nice. That's a great color. I love it. But I think with like the dough and things like that, you have this simplistic, not shocking or externally odd object that is, something that you can have fun with, and it looks great, and it was customized and hand poured just for you.
Yeah.
By probably someone like me, or also him.
The phrase that I use to describe what we do is representational, but not realistic. And
yeah, I like that. Yeah.
That is kind of the theme that we go for, is that we want things to be representational without being the veiny Doc Johnson toy that you're going to get at your local adult toy store.
Which, is for some, but also like, I personally enjoy the variety of representational, but not,
representational, but not realistic.
You said veiny Doc Johnson thing, and my mind just got really distracted. I just went, oh, I've seen some things. Yep. Market research. By the way, since we were talking about anal play, one of the reasons that all this kind of stuff is important, I'm also a first responder to an extent. I'm not a first responder. I'm like in this weird certified middle area. I can roll you over when you're having a seizure. So I'm qualified to do that, but I'm not going to trach tube you. So anyway, that being aside, one of the reasons I mentioned this is my friend sent me this beautiful TikTok reminding me that if, for instance, you're going to put things in your backdoor mix-up, you need a flared base.
If it's got that flare, it can go there.
It's true. And there's a reason for that. And one of those reasons is because of the strength and the shape and the functionality of the sphincters that are down there. And not having a flared base is something that will put you in lieu of losing your new toy, which is a very interesting ER visit and happens often. And I get that phone call occasionally. It hasn't happened in many years, but occasionally someone would call and be like, before I have to go in, is this something I can fix on my own? And, in a certain circumstance, I might try to tell them, but also that's part of the design. If you look at what we have, to offer, a lot of it is based on things like how not to go to the ER. With a very odd story about... And
everything that we make is anal safe. Everything except for the dough has a 3-inch base. And if you can suck in a 3-inch base, then more power to you. I mean, there's big thumbs up.
We'll never discourage you from being an overachiever.
Right. But
we have limitations, which is fine.
But the other side of that is that we made them so that they are harness compatible. Is that they're intended to be anal safe, but also harness compatible. And so if you're into strap-on play, pegging, whatever that might be, then you've got a toy that's safe and you know that you're not going to have issues with it. So
It's going to be
Tarot
something
Artist
that
says,
you can...
yeah, I saw this Tarot Artist comment, no one wants to fish for toys. Yeah. And actually, that's why I haven't made a plug yet, because I want to make sure that whatever we produce is going to be safe. And I have some very specific ideas of what that means. And so I just haven't found the right design yet.
Oh, the future.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited about the future. One reason I think more stuff like this needs to be more exposed, and people need more education and to talk about it more, is the fact that there are a lot of people that put things in their back door and they get them stuck in there, and it's a very common ER situation, and you could have avoided lots of, uncomfortable questions and possibly being put under anesthesia and even surgical extraction simply by using something that is designed for that kind of fun, that is accessible to you, and also something that you can customize in an incredible amount of ways, So yeah,
I'm going to tell a quick story that just happened this week, and then I'm going to take about a 10 or 15 minute break so that I can refresh my adult beverage and have a bathroom break real quick. But okay, so you might have noticed that George is not wrangling the chat today. It's because she is off taking a trip, and when we were packing her bags, I said, hey, you're going to be up there seeing some of your friends. I'm going to throw some toys in here, and if you want to, you can take them, leave them, whatever. Well, she ended up taking a bunch of toys with her in her carry-on bag. And let's just say that it showed up on the X-ray, and TSA had a lot of fun with it. She said that they pulled over like half of the staff so that they could show them. There was some giggling going on, but I'm sure it was for educational purposes so that they could see. Oh yeah,
definitely.
This is what a toy looks like. No.
One of the I applied for TSA back in the day because I've done armed contract security and stuff, and then I saw the job and I was like, nope. But one of the things that they do is they show you these videos of things that have gone through the scanners, and I can only imagine like certain things light up in a certain way because of what they're made out of, and I can only imagine. I wish you could have gotten like a picture of what it looked like.
I would have loved to have seen that.
And I know, right? Just be like front page advertising. It's a great like.
Well, I know
take your
that
flair anywhere. Ta-da!
I know that silicone has the specific gravity of silicone is about 1.1. I think it's 1.1 grams per cubic centimeter or something like that. It's just slightly denser than water. It's about 10% denser than water, which is why it sinks. But I assume that it would show up on an X-ray or TSA, whatever, as something that looks very liquid, but a very structured shape. So I'd be really curious to see how it shows up.
I think I can almost imagine that it would fluoresce quite a bit just because of its density and the way that those scanners work and stuff. So, man, we got to get us a TSA screenshot of that was somebody's Friday email. They were like, hey, XYZ department, hope you guys are having fun, by the way. And that's like the header, it's just that one shot of all.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad. Hopefully, she didn't get pulled over for like secondary screening. They'll be like, we're gonna have to swab these and see what they're made of, just in case. Although it is the TSA, I highly doubt that I'm sure that where we are, maybe, but I'm like, I can't even imagine what goes through Las Vegas. Like just the stuff, the
that's where her transfer
amount
was.
of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. But the original, scan happened here locally. But yeah, she flew through Vegas. So I assumed that it also went through something in Vegas as well. Oh yeah,
great.
somebody said
I love it.
Google
I can
image
only
search
imagine like going through customs or something. Yeah, Google image search it.
Yeah. All right.
Oh,
Well,
man.
we've been going for a little bit here, so I want to take like a 10 or 15 minute break and refresh my beverage, refresh myself, and then we can come back and do a little bit more.
Same, and my Twitch people, I'm gonna put us on a break as well and feed my ancient dog, and we will be back shortly to talk more about the things and the stuff and the things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we leave, I want to set
I'll see you in a bit.
I'm going to set a timer for 15 minutes, and there we go. Are we back? I think we are. So my mic says that we're back. All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Derek, and I am a Dildo-smith. I am a creator of Amavidi, and I make dildos every day. I'm here to do the weekly AMA Ask Me Anything. This is Ask a Dildo-smith, where I answer your questions about all things relating to dildos, lubes, dildo making, or anything else that might come up. Suzy's over here laughing at me. I think she hasn't heard me do my intro before. That was the intro I was looking for earlier. And she, I know, I was trying to find my intro and I couldn't find it. And, you know, I have parts of it that just come out, but there are other parts of it where I'm still just trying to put it all together. But
well, you said the might come up part, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, we've got a lot of things that might come up. But,
yes. Hopefully my stream people are back. I'm very excited because I think I wanted to show some of my handiwork, and something unexpected and amazing happened that's made me very happy, and I cannot wait to show.
I want to see this.
Do you want to see it now?
Actually, let's come back to it in a minute.
Yes, let's wait.
Okay, so
it's so great. I'm so happy.
One of the things I know. One of the things that we were talking about earlier is, you know, talking to other people about what we do and how we approach that and how we have those conversations. And, you know, I think you have your own personal perspectives of it. But for me personally, I have gotten to the point where the fucks that I have left to give will be distributed very specifically and to those things that I care about. And honestly, the opinions of the random person on the street does not figure into that. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I'm curious how you would approach that, but yeah, I have kind of run out of fucks.
I've got no more fucks to give. So it's a very long story, and those of you who are very familiar to my stream, ha ha ha, Devoid J, we always talk about neuroplasticity. This is what we talk about on Wednesdays. So part of my platform and the things I talk about is trauma and PTSD and how our neural pathways make connections, and in order to separate those connections, you have to go through a therapeutic process, sometimes CBT, EMDR. I just said a lot of words. Basically what that means is when bad stuff happens to you, sometimes your brain does wonky stuff. And when you think about the bad stuff, then you continue to think about, you know, let's say you're in a car wreck and you heard a song, and every time you hear the song, those two things connect with each other and your brain goes explode, explode. So every time you hear the song, even if you're fine and safe somewhere, you might still be feeling how you were when all that happened.
Yeah, actually, I have a funny.
Go ahead.
A funny story. I had an accident, a car wreck, and my girlfriend was sitting next to me. My girlfriend at the time, not George, but my girlfriend was sitting next to me, and we were listening to Skid Row, 17 in Life at the time. And it's very specific. Whenever I hear that song, I can feel that car hit us. And it's, yeah.
I mean, that's how neural pathways work. And the more you think about that one thing, even if you don't want to, the more your neural pathways make that connection. They literally physically move in your brain. And for me, having experienced even recently, most recently, really deep, bad trauma stuff I thought I had done pretty well dealing with, it brought a bunch of stuff back up. And so we're going back through these old therapeutic processes of, you know, abuse is a big one that we talk about a lot. And one of those things that conditions your brain to think that you are bad is people constantly abusing you and saying you're bad or whatever it is. And it can come in a million different forms, and it doesn't necessarily just mean relationships. But for me, most of my life, a lot of what I believed I was bad. And I was told externally by other people, these things, XYZ, that you are bad and wrong and not normal, and, you know, on and on and on. So one of my my follower says, "Behold the field in which I grow my fucks, lay thine eyes upon it, and thou shalt see it is barren." We were just discussing this exact meme. But for me, having built a life of entertainment, doing, even children's charity, working with incredible amounts of different kinds of companies, there's something to be said. I once worked for this band, and the leader of the band told me, demographically speaking, we don't talk about XYZ on the internet, because not just because we don't want to get into a conversation we can't get out of, but because it limits our demographic. And in certain ways, that makes a lot of sense, if you're a company or whatever. I also know a lot of artists, a couple of band members in particular that I could name by name right now, who are really good friends of mine. And they're like, we say whatever we say because we are our brand and this is who we are. And if you don't like it, go fuck yourself. For me, I've always lived a very odd life in between and where we live. I always tell, I do tell people, I'm in the state of Oklahoma, but conservative America is a place where there is misinformation and diseducation about a lot of things. A lot of things are swept under the rug. So for me, recently I've been doing more art that shows more of my body, which has made people uncomfortable. And also I've been deleted by a lot of people. Specific platforms I've put this art on, mostly, horror related and stuff. People are like, "Oh, shun you. Who knows what you're doing over there?" And for me, I have this narrow pathway that says the things I do are bad and wrong. And I'm fighting out of that still because it's been many, many years, but I don't think there should be anything bad or wrong. And I think it's very important to talk about sexual education, sexual health, sexual happiness, because when you're happy, and it's better to be happy in a safe, constructive way that you could customize yourself if you want, than to compromise yourself over and over again to find happiness within someone, specifically someone or specifically something that is detrimental to your health or your well-being.
Yeah.
So it's just really hard for me not to still get on the internet and be like, because I still love and want to do the things I do,
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that, and this is less intended, but I think it's a good thing, and there's a certain synchronicity that happens and blah 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 blah. But as I bring you more in control of and in interacting with our community, that's going to force you into thinking a certain way and approaching things that might be uncomfortable at first, but it's also safe enough because it's not you. You're representing the company. And you can make that transition a little bit easier to where you have those conversations with people, and it's not a personal conversation. It is there's just one step of removal from that conversation that allows you to be a little bit more objective. And I think that like is,
one of the things that's hard for me to talk about with people is not necessary. So I'm the advocacy guy. Like I was talking to somebody the other day about sex work and about, exotic dancers and things, because I also take a pole class, and I've been the guy handing out pamphlets and doing the charity work. And it's been a long time since I did that specific kind of charity work. But I'm the guy who also is the guy in the parking lot when something happens and somebody needs help. I'm that guy. And so those situations are much easier. Talking about advocating for like AA and NA and PTSD places and the VA and all that stuff, that's easy. Being out there on my own personal Facebook, like, look at my new job.
Right.
Fluffy dildos. Somehow that was just like, okay, well, surprise, I'm a weirdo. And I think it's just old, brain conditioning saying, if you don't please, then you shall not appease. Like it won't be good for you if you do these things. But also I'm at the age where who knows if I'm gonna get smushed by a bus tomorrow. Might as well make floppy dildos, be happy, and do poor videos on TikTok. I have no idea. I don't know.
I will say that for me, I think there comes a point, and maybe this is the neuroplasticity that you're talking about, and me retraining my brain. I was involved with a local support group for polyamorous people, and it was freeing to a certain point that I could see other people and not only share with them my experiences, because George and I have been together for almost 30 years now, and we've been poly for most of that period. But being able to share with people some of my experiences and, what it's like has given me the perspective of my experiences are useful, and that there comes a certain point where, and I don't know if this is age or just sharing and experiencing with other people, but there comes a certain point where you don't care anymore. And I care. That's a hard way of putting it. I care, but I am very specific about who I give that energy to.
Yes. And one of the things that is important to mention about like deprogramming in general is your brain excretes peptides, and so whenever you are sad, brain goop comes out and then makes you feel like poop. And this is the easiest way to describe this. Whenever you have euphoria, whenever you climax, you're going to have all these chemicals, and they make you feel the dopamine and the endorphins and the stuff. So on the other end of that spectrum, so there's a line at which your coping mechanisms, your cognitive behavioral conditioning, your critical thinking, and your subconscious brain very quietly, without any effort, go, meh, I'm not fucking putting my energy into that today. And for me, because of my age and my past and my experiences, I'm still at the point where occasionally the goop just kind of comes out into my brain. And I'm like, listen, brain, I don't have time for this crap today. I don't want to care that much about, I'm proud of my new experience and my new job, and I'm very excited about the future. And I want to tell everyone, because I want them to go look at the floppy dildos that I'm making, and I want them to see the cool poor TikTok videos. But I also still have the goop coming out saying, oh, this might limit your opportunities. And it also, I think the losing people was the part that was the worst, but also,
I mean, there's a logic to that says that if you lose those people, then, what were they?
Right, exactly. And I hear that every day. And that's where I'm trying to get to now.
But that doesn't solve the emotional portion of that.
Yeah. Well, and, over time, I'm sure it will get better and better. And the more even just sitting here talking about this and doing this today, like the moment that you were like, hey, I want to do the thing, I was like, well, this is going on the internet. And I was like, gotta prepare myself. It's gonna be out there. But again, it was the litmus test. Like I have done I personally believe very artistic and tasteful and cathartic semi-nudes in the past. And the first person I sent them to was my mother. And I went, meh? And she's like, I made that. And it's amazing. So she was okay with it. And I was like, well, my mom says it's fine. So,
when I first told my parents, I'm not extremely close with my parents, but I am fairly close with them. It took us a long time to figure out the relationship that we needed to have, and the boundaries that we needed to place on each for ourselves. And I remember coming out to my parents about having multiple girlfriends. And I remember the first thing I was like, okay, I don't want you to freak out. George and I are not breaking up, but I also want you to meet this other person. And I remember what my mom said was, the more people that you have loving you, the better. And I was
really
like,
sweet.
Aw. There was a
That's
little
so
tear. And but I mean, and that's what it comes back down to is, having those people around you that care, and those people that are going to support you in all the things that you do. Mm-hmm. And, what we do is a certain amount of art, and it's a certain amount of vulnerability.
Yes.
Well, yeah, science, but there's also a vulnerability about it that allows us to share those parts of ourselves. And that.
I mean, to be honest, like I've talked about this multiple times. Like it's funny because this is I know my stream people they're all like, we love you and we support you and it's great. And Tara says your mom is a badass, by the way. But like, for me, I just say it, like, I'm a survivor of rape and domestic violence, and I hate saying that because for many years I was in support groups and stuff, and there was a lot of people in those groups that it's shitty to say, but they just didn't have the capability of wanting to get better. I didn't want to live within the state that you live in when you're still feeling all of those horrible, horrible, horrible things. I also got to face my accuser, which was very cathartic to me, to stand up in a room, but I still had to tell them the gritty details of what happened. And so for a long time, sex was not a thing that I talked about or dealt with or sought out therapy about or any of that. I was just like, who needs this? Well, everybody, mostly. I mean, there's a lot of people out there, not to exclude our gray ace folks or our asexual people that don't, I'm not saying it correctly, but the point is that libido and sex and trauma and education about toys, all these things are intertwined. We're talking about one of the most intimate forms of
vulnerability,
human interaction. Yeah. And so and that's what's funny too, is I was with somebody for a very long time who, spectrum stuff, and like, there's a lot of different forms of intimate love, and intimate love does not necessarily mean sexual, but there's a lot of sexual things that I had to unpack and deal with. Same with polyamory. Like, I did tons of research on polyamory, even recently, having, that's a really great example where people are like, oh, I could never be XYZ because I'm jealous. And like, okay, well, let's unpack that. Like, let's talk about why, and it's the same, it's just all about conditioning. Most people are not conditioned as they are raised to be anything other than monogamous. All of this comes back to the fact that for me, in private and over the last few years especially, I've been way more like, what does this butt do? What, what parts, let's talk about anatomy. And my mother was in, she worked at the state health department in communicable diseases. And I have tons of friends who are doctors and scientists and nurses. So body modification, for example, you learn a ton about anatomy, a ton.
Yep.
And you should never go to a body modifier that doesn't know a ton about anatomy. I would run screaming from anyone that doesn't know a lot, because there are parts of you that if you do it wrong, you could be in serious trouble. And I have dealt with those people, the people at the party crying in the bathroom saying, I got this piercing down there and stuff is not working anymore. And I'm like, whoop, well, okay, let's talk about anatomy. And this industry in general, you know, you want to talk about anatomy. But I think for me, it is a great bridge to talk about therapeutic processes and anatomy and, you know, endorphin fulfillment. And it's funny because I have a very accepting, amazing family, and whole parts of my family. We're the place where you say, you know, the trans coming out, and we're the troops that are gathered, and the safe house, and the place you're fed, and all those things. I remember when my sister came out, it was kind of sad because I think she was very scared because all of her friends had very bad experiences. And my mother was like, sorry, my very old dog is drinking loudly. You can see him on my stream. There's Titus, you guys.
Oh yeah, I can see him.
Yes, he's so cute. He sometimes he gets grumpy if I talk like this a lot, because this is speak. He'll bark because he's like, is it a food? But my sister told my mom, she's like, Mom, I'm gay. And my mom's like, that's nice, but you still have to clean your room, because Stephanie has not cleaned her room. And I think it was weirdly disappointing for my sister, like where she went, oh, like she'd hyped herself up to this like innumerable, like this crazy level.
She prepared herself for the challenge.
Yes, the worst. Yeah. And that was me. I mean, that's me still. I'm like, what's going to happen when I tell people that I make dildos? Oh no. Well, which is horrifyingly enjoyable to me. So I don't know. I'm having a great time, and hopefully it'll just keep getting better in the future. But I really, for me, the reason I said all of this, my divergent brain is exploding right now. I have always wanted to do more advocacy, and I've always enjoyed advocacy, and advocacy was one of the main reasons why I started dancing again at my older self. In the last 5 or 6 years, I have kneecapped my advocacy. Specifically because of doing events and stuff. And it's like, okay, people are like, oh, you should have a personal Facebook and a private Facebook, and then do your fan page or whatever. Suzy Spector is me, and this is what I do. And in my life, I didn't even talk about having PTSD or being a survivor of anything, because people just looked at you like you wanted attention. Or I've had people say in the past, or people that don't believe you. And in the beginning, it was very hard for me to deal with that. I still deal with that personally a lot, but in the end, I've got no more fucks to give. And if you don't believe me, that's your problem. I want to learn. I want to know more about sexual health and wellness. I want to be an advocate for, sex workers, and I want other humans that could benefit from the things I have learned and the things that I'm doing to know the things I know and say and do, which is why I started doing the angry art. And some people went, oh my gosh, this is a lot. And I'm like, yeah, I told you. But this specific thing has been so cathartic for me, because I'm literally can just sit and talk to people like, oh, you got a prostate? Well, let's talk about that. And for me, it's so much easier, I guess, to talk about other people's, prostates and stuff, and help them. As
opposed to your own?
Right, exactly. I'm a mystery. We won't talk about what's down there.
Okay.
I gotta, Titus, get in your bed. Get in your bed. You're gonna fall down. He's 16. He's very old. Can you do it? You can do it, old man. There you go. Luckily, he doesn't have to worry about his prostate. So. No, I feel like it's a lot easier to, and cathartic to be like, oh, these people. It's my sister worked at a toy shop a long time ago, and I was buying a pair of shoes there one day, and I just watched her work for like an hour. And it was really cool and interesting to watch people come in and be like, tee hee, what does this do? And she's like, well, let me tell you. All the things, you know, or people are like, I want to use this thing. And, you know, she'd be like, you know, she's so much better at the delivery. Like, well, let me tell you about the 16 kinds of lube we have and what they're made out of and where you put them. And it's very important. Education.
And why you should use them with certain toys and not other toys.
Absolutely. That's what I'm learning a lot about with silicone.
You know, you talked about sex work a little bit, and I remember doing a poll one time on Twitter, and it was interesting because I was like, do you think that dildo makers, toy makers, are sex workers? And the result came back that we are, how did they put it? They put it as we are sex work adjacent, which I think puts us in a category which is really nice in that we can bridge that gap between the vanilla folks, and I use that term just as the Ozzy and Harriet
in term of endearment.
Yeah.
Categorical state.
And we can make that bridge between the vanilla folks and the sex workers. And so it is not a shock when they start talking about things, and we can help bridge them into having those conversations about, you know, what they enjoy and what they like, and that just because you enjoy butt play does not mean that you're gay. And that you can have toys that are how do I put this? Toys do not define you, in the sense that your toys are there to help you connect with a different part of yourself. They're not a replacement for somebody. They're not a replacement for the intimacy that you have with your partners. They're there as a tool to help you make that connection. And so
I agree.
And I think that, you know, I kind of like being in that category of sex worker adjacent, that we're not really sex workers, but we can help bridge that gap and help people understand that just because they enjoy sex isn't bad.
We're the educational community outreach of the sex work industry. I like the idea of knowing. It's funny because when all of this first started and I got the go ahead to start sharing the link and everything, I went, this is my time. I've been a goth kid for so long. All my gothy, kinky friends that do the things, they all know. Because if you think about it, one of my, favorite dancer influences, I ended up dancing in a band that she had danced in before. She said she was old enough to remember when, in the clubs back in the 80s, people would wear their lingerie to the club and it was scandalous, Oh, you're wearing your lingerie to the club. And I'm like, man, did you see what I was wearing at the Tulsa Nude Art Show the last few weeks or the last 2 days? It was a lot. And it wasn't even that much. And half the time I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm going outside looking like this. And everyone's like, you have clothes on? That's weird. Like, you're not just wearing body paint. Like, get over it. It's fine. But it's, there's all levels of things. And it's good to dip your toe in the water. But I love how, if you think about it, like the fashion industry in the Gothic industrial world, for example, is basically synonymous with a lot of fetish wear, BDSM stuff. And I can, for instance, be super excited. That's one thing I've come into contact with recently that has been interesting, that I actually talked to Tara about at one point, but then had to do like thoughts and experiments about. I love harnesses, and there are all kinds of harnesses, and I like to wear them. I think they're pretty. I am not a person who would facilitate the use of one other than for a fashion statement, or if I was doing some sort of aerial work and like I could make that work, I would definitely do that. But it's the same with toys and things. People are like, oh, you're wearing the harness. I'm like, it doesn't mean what you think it does. Just think it looks nice. Thank you. But thanks for asking. But with the toys and stuff, I mean, we have all these friends and all these people I know that do scenes and do the dungeons, and they have the only stuff, and they're like, we enjoy having different choices, and all of these things are educational and they're synonymous with what we do as a job. And I'm like, oh, I'm so excited. And that's exactly what I did. I was like, I got my link, I got my spiel prepared, and here are all of my friends who do the scenes and all the stuff. Please look at these shiny, pretty things that we make. Please enjoy my art. I like your art. Enjoy my art.
All right. There's been so much going on in the chat that I want to come back around to it.
I'm so sorry.
I mean, I have my own and then you have yours. So we kind of have to catch up with all of them. I will say that I don't have as many followers as you, so mine is going to be fairly short.
You have so many more followers and stuff.
I have them on TikTok, but not on the video stuff. But 3:37 a.m. is talking about the black gold pour looks like dragon scales. And that's one of the TikToks that I posted recently. It might have gotten posted to other places, but I can't keep up with all of them at this point. But we kind of play with those perspectives. The color choices that we make influence the way that the toys that we make are perceived, in that you can make something like the Dorian Gray, which has a red tip and a silver base. Originally, when we first made that, it was called the Bloody Knife. And we have a lot of names. We have a lot of names that happen in the development process that never get out into the public. Floor. Yeah. Eventually the public is going to hear Dorian Gray. But in the development process, it was called the Bloody Knife. But they all have their own, the way that we choose our colors allows us to play with the way that they're perceived. And either it can be intimidating, or it can be inviting, or it can be neutral. But then some things could be ethereal, like what you might have.
Speaking of, I have a custom made object that is being seen for the first time live on Spectre Vision.
Oh,
ghost dog. floppy ghost dog.
That is hilarious.
It is so haunted that it is in its own plane of existence. And this is an exclusive. You saw it first here on Spectre Vision. For those of you who have been in the stream a long time, you know about Ghost Brush and Ghost Cup, and you know about Ghost Blanket, but now introducing Ghost Dong.
Oh my god, that is hilarious.
I know. I pulled it out just like, we're gonna show the product, and then I was like, of course I picked this color. Of course I did. Oh my gosh.
All right,
gosh. So anyway, I think I can deactivate the thing.
I will show you because I have one. This is the shape of it, and I'll back up just a little bit. But this gives you an idea of what the shape is. I think you might have a full-size dough, but this is the dough mini, or the dough short, and it's kind of it's the least intimidating toy I could possibly make. That it lets you have a lot of fun, and believe me, for folks that have a prostate, this is one of those toys that is going to surprise you. Toys don't have to be massive to surprise you. They just have to hit the right spots.
Literally.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of research that goes into these wonderful things. And I think that's why, for me, this was so exciting, is the care. There's so much care involved. And like you were talking about intimidating colors, I was literally in the shop today, like, oh God, I have to pick 2 colors. Obviously, this is where we ended up. So for me, you know,
I think that is freaking hilarious.
I know. I can't even. It's because I love this color, and so everything I have is like this. But then I never thought I would be showing this on my stream.
But you're not really showing it because it's transparent.
It's well, and also the thing about it is, personal preference is important when it comes to customizing, and the firmness. We won't use, not necessarily the technical term, but the firmness of this specifically is softer than I am normally used to seeing. And so every time earlier too, when we made it, and it was like trying to take a video or a picture, and like all the
it was
air
wobbling and
I couldn't. I'm a 16-year-old boy. I don't know. I just couldn't. I had to.
Yeah.
And it was laughter and fun. I feel like I might turn off the I don't know if this will work, but yeah, no, I might have to turn off the filter for a second. You'll see my green screen, but I really want you to see the swirl as well. This was one of my first attempts, and I'm very proud of Ghost Dog, but also there's just so much beauty in the striations and the bottom of it. There's so much care that goes into all these pieces. There's so much education and research and care. And I think that's why I'm so excited about all of this, because I'm like, I'm going to be intimately familiar with the process and the education and the care and love behind all of these things for the benefit of you. And also make shiny videos. So I'm very excited about that. I think actually I could probably post a
go ahead and turn off your green screen. I want to see it.
I can't believe I can't. I pulled it out to look at it in the bag earlier, and I was like, I absolutely did that. I did that. That is a thing I would do.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. My chat is exploding. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I can see your chat now.
Yeah. Well, Taro says TOS, but I think it's okay, Taro, because it's not.
Well,
just a stick.
This is educational, and
I know that
we're somewhere between education and art in this category. So yeah, TOS may be there, but I think there's a carve out enough room for us.
It's okay. It's worth showing to me. So gotta get here into crop filters. All right. Ta-da. Of course I made it this color. Let's see. Look at it. It's beautiful.
That's some gorgeous marbling.
I love it. Again, this was one of my first ones, but that's what's so fun. You're never gonna have 2 that are the same. It's literally impossible.
I mean, you can take the same colors and do them 3 times in a row, 5 times in a row, and none of them are going to be the same.
This is the cappuccino art at the bottom.
We refer to that as butt art.
Butt art. I didn't know if that was a thing we could talk about. Talk about the butt art here on the stream. Yeah. But it's beautiful. I think it's amazing. Yeah. And I love even just a little, that's a lot of the TikTok videos as well, is showing the amazing butt art. So I don't know, there's so much intricacy that goes into each piece that really makes, I think, everything sort of stand out from just your regular old, I bought this off a shelf. It's highly impersonal and might be made of dangerous chemicals and probably made by someone disenfranchised in another place. Not today, kids. It's just
we pay above minimum wage.
wait, I get paid for this? Dope.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm not supposed to tell you that.
You weren't supposed to tell me that.
You get paid to make art.
Art, yes, I love it. This is amazing art.
Yeah.
I love that they have like just thinking about the pigments, even just like let's talk about pigments and what the marbling is going to look like. I think that it's incredible to think that you would have an entire conversation about what color striations are okay that aren't going to look scary. And that's why when I knew that this was going to be a great relationship.
Yeah.
It's like how not to make it scary.
And, you know, the colors that you can, the colors that you use change the way that's perceived. And like I said, you can make it intimidating. You can make it friendly. You can make it more neutral. But
you can make it haunted. That's what I did. I made mine haunted.
I made it extra floppy for y'all. That was one of your comments in your chat. Yeah.
Speaking of which, there's something called shore hardness scale, which is kind of a way to be like, this is a rock. It is this hard. This is a piece of cheese. It is this hard. You know, we say firmness, but there is 3:37 a.m. I'm dying right now. There is a scale, and with the customizable options, I mean, you can look at the website right now and see a million different options, but it really gives you control over the things that you like and that you want. And also in a way where, you know, you can try something and not have to worry too much about, am I going to like it before it gets here, or knowing what it's going to be like before. That's my thing. I'm old enough. I want to touch things and see them before I buy them most of the time. And with all the internet buying that we do, you run into a lot of problems where you're like, you know, I wish I could have touched this and seen it before. There you go. But with Amavidi, you have so many different options that it's almost, I mean, there's just so many options, and you can have floppy guy or not floppy.
If I were to guess, technically it's about 70,000 combinations.
Wow.
Because we have over 30 colors.
I was going to say it was overwhelming, and then I didn't want to say that, but it's probably kind of overwhelming. There's a lot of options.
There's 30 different colors, and you can combine 3 of them. So 3 times 30 is, what is that? 2,700. There are 5 different firmnesses. So that's 13,500 times 7 different models. So yeah, I think we're over 90,000 different.
So here's where I'm different from the incredible inventor and creator and establisher of Amavidi. I'm the finger painting side of the brain. So when it comes to like, let's do big math in our heads, nope, not a thing I do. And I was really worried about that because I was like, wow, these people are serious. How are we gonna do? I have my own strengths. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Doing very complex, excessive math in my brain. I have machines for that. But I admire having you there and being that kind of person. I admire that about you.
And that's why we have spreadsheets.
That's right.
The spreadsheets are there, and people don't see this, but in the background when we're putting together these recipes is that, you know, we have different silicones that we're mixing in order to get the firmness that we want. We don't take what they give us and say, this is the limit. Smooth On has, you know, their EcoFlex and their Dragon Skin series. And one of the things about that is that you can take those and you can mix them, and silicones, you can mix them in a way that allows you to have a lot more control over what the final product is going to be like. Whether you're using, you know, a 0020 plus an A25 in a certain ratio gives you a certain firmness, but we also have deadeners, and we have hardeners, and we have retarders, and we have silicone fluid, which changes the viscosity. And, there's so many different things that go into this that it's like cooking to a certain extent.
It's funny because one of the things that excited me about talking to you when we first talked about this years ago was, so when I started doing my own project, I started what I called the Mad Scientist Diaries, because you really are like a scientist. If you take the scientific process, you're like, okay, theory and then experimentation or whatever it is, and you come to a conclusion. It is like cooking. And if you watch, anything on Netflix, watching, I can't even remember what the documentary is called, but like there's a baker that makes like the world's.
It's the British one. British Bake Off or something like that.
No, but I love that show. That's hilarious. Okay. No, but like they'll have documentaries about like, Michelin star chefs. There's this one lady that makes the world's most incredible bread. And one of the things she does is she tests the water for its contents. Like, if you use tap water and you want to make the perfect bread, then the microbial
or the mineral content,
the water and spun it down in a mass spectrometer, and then was like, what levels of everything are in here. She wanted to have molecular level control over how her bread came out every time. And that's crazy, but she also makes the world's most incredible bread. And so for me, I was like, all right, I'm doing this research, and I would write down like the sculpt worked, why and how didn't work, these color combinations worked and didn't work. I started, using different pigments and things, and here's what worked and what didn't work. And when I showed you that, and I was like, creepy notes that I took, and you're like, you ain't seen nothing about no creepy notes. And I was like, oh yes, this is exactly what I needed. I needed to see these people who were like, we don't just dump the silicone into a thing and hope for the best. We have done extensive research in the realms of this, and also here is a guided recipe to the future of your development.
Not just theoretical, it's we're mixing these materials. It's not just theoretical, like, oh, well, if we take a 0020 in this ratio against an A25, we're going to end up with this. And so that's what the recipe is going to be. It is, we take those recipes and then we test them, and we have controls, and I haven't shown you those yet, but we do have controls that you can test against so that you can say, okay, I poured an A10 today. How does that feel against my A10 control?
This is an A10, so.
Which you can't see.
This is the value of the shore hardness.
Now, you have to remember also that the volume and the size of the toy matters. That's one of our smaller toys. And so an A10 in a smaller toy is going to feel softer than an A25, maybe even a 0050 in a larger toy. If we took a 0050 in a parabolica and put it next to that, they would probably feel fairly common. So
they would be mostly consistent. I keep squishing this like it's a sensory toy. This is not what this is intended for, but this is what I'm using it for now. And now this is going to continue. I really love the squishes. Like, I can't tell you how excited I was that those existed. I have a new purpose in life, and it is to own every shape of the squish that there is for this company.
You haven't seen I'm over here flopping around with one of my toys, but you haven't seen the squishy box.
I know, I saw it on the website, but I didn't see the
Yeah, we did some TikToks of squishy pours, and we were just literally pouring out hundreds of squishies into a pile. But yeah.
37 a.m. says, Ghost Dong gives you a whole new meaning to the phrase hide the sausage.
All right, I need to refresh myself here in a moment, but let's catch up on the chat real quick, because 337 seems to be bouncing between my chat and your chat, but also Taro has a few. Yeah,
she did say that as long as we're staying within the realm of education. I feel like all of this is highly educational, so
there's nothing titillating about it. It's
Does this titillate you? This is why I'm excited to work with people like you, because this is just how I am normally. And it's different. If I was doing a trade show or something, of course, I probably wouldn't be running around doing this, but I might also. I don't know. It's just how I am. And I feel there's a very inclusive, exciting, positive work environment, which is very important to me. Very self-accepting, very accepting work environment, full of passionate, educated people, and I'm very excited about it. And thank you for letting me come on the show today.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's reset ourselves. We're going to take about a 15-minute break here, and like I said, I got to take a bathroom break.
We'll be back.
This adult beverage is kind of going through me, but
oh no.
Yeah. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes, and we'll continue from there.
Yes,
Bye.
Thank you. See you.
everybody. I think we're back. My mic says that we're back. So, yeah. Hey, everyone. My name is Derek, and I am a Dildo-smith. I'm the creator of Amavidi, and I make dildos every day. I'm here to do the weekly AMA Ask Me Anything. This is Ask a Dildo-smith, where I answer your questions about all things relating to dildos, lubes, dildo making, or anything else that might pop up. All right, let's see if I can bring Suzy back. There she is.
Dildos every day. I want to make a jingle about that now.
I make dildos every day.
I love it so much.
It's hard for me to say that without putting that certain inflection in it. And
I make dildos every day. I love it.
There's something. What's his name? Ron Swanson or whatever his name is.
Swanson.
All right.
Listen here, kid.
I
make
wanted
dildos
to
every day.
Yeah. I want to take a minute and, I get a lot of questions and comments through the various social medias and, TikTok and Twitter and Instagram and all those things, which if you search for Amavidi, Amavidi, you can find us. We're out there someplace. The best way to find us is through TikTok. I tend to answer questions better on TikTok. Twitter is probably the second best, and then Instagram is kind of whatever, and then Facebook. If you send me a message on Facebook, I'm probably never going to see it. So, Facebook is kind of dead to me. But I wanted to I wanted to take Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, there's a big reason for that. So I'm glad that you're still getting comments and stuff. We should talk about that later.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
So, let's see. A couple of questions and comments. There was a TikTok that I did that was a big oops video where I miscalculated the amount of silicone I needed to finish a pour. And so, I don't mind showing my mistakes. It's part of the process, and it's nothing that we do can't be salvaged. Let me rephrase. A lot of the mistakes that we make can be turned into positives. They're part of the process. We do have a few flops where for whatever reason there's something about them that we wouldn't call them the best products that we can make, and so we call them flops. But the vast majority of them are more along the lines of either there might be some little micro bubbles in them, or there might be the color didn't come out quite right, or the firmness didn't come out quite right. Like we're shooting for an A25 and it came out not quite an A10, but not an A25. And so they go into our flops category. But this was an oops kind of thing where I miscalculated, and you've seen the spreadsheets, so you know how it works. I looked at the wrong line when I was putting in the data, and I was putting in my target number, and I made a mistake and put in the wrong number. And so my calculations were off. But I've had a bunch of people tell me, just write the firmness or write the weight on the mold or whatever. And that's fine if every single one of the things that you make is exactly the same. If everything that comes out of that mold is exactly the same, then it's perfectly fine to just write the weight on there. But we do different firmnesses. And so that means that we have various recipes where we're mixing and matching different firmnesses in order to get to where we want them to end up.
It goes to show you too, and it's like an organic process. It's not mold injection. We don't have a gigantic machine. that is like shooting out the goop in perfectly robotically controlled, and even still you're going to have variables, but I think that's part of the whole artistry of it. Like today, even when you get too excited and you're like, oh no, ha ha ha, pour more, you know, oh no, the ratio. That's gonna be my new catchphrase. Oh no, the ratio. And so like, but having that, knowing that that is a thing, and then also being able to say, okay, this has happened, and continue forward, you know, with the pour, making it the way it needs to be, is such an intimate, organic process for each one of these things. That's what blows my mind. This is literally, artisan is definitely the word. This is like we are making, you're not even making cupcakes. This is a cake, each one. It's its own cake. You don't get one batch of batter and 12 cupcakes. You get, each cupcake is made for you individually. You get, this is your cupcake. There you go. And it's just, there's so much energy and love and funness and stuff that goes into that. I actually was rewatching all of the TikTok videos before we did this.
Yeah. What'd you think?
I was distracted. I love it. I talk on my stream all the time about that I'm a sensory person. And I'm very enamored with pigments, especially pigments in resin and casting in silicone. Shiny pigments. I have all kinds of pigments. I have pigments for makeup. And a lot of pigments, especially when we're talking about body safe materials, pigments that are in makeup and lots of things I use for, I do a lot of stuff. And having shiny pigments and watching them glisten as I stir, you know, for too long because I'm sitting there watching it is so satisfying. It is so satisfying. It is so satisfying to, which you can't see it, to see the butt art and look at the striations and the swirl patterns. To me, it's just a thing of beauty. It's like looking at a piece of art, and I love watching that. And so I like watching the TikTok videos because you're just watching, and also the well-placed music.
Yeah, I am kind of known for my music choices on there. But one of the things, and we kind of talked about this a little bit today, is that, you know, as you've mentioned, every single one of them is unique. But that doesn't mean that we can't put our own fingerprint, our thumbprint, and on each one. Not literally that you're going to see a thumbprint, but we have our own kind of signatures.
We can't
each of
call
us
it a
have
butt print either.
We've all kind of developed our own signatures in terms of how we do our pours and how we do our butt art. And that you can tell who made something by what's on the butt of it, because it's that last part that we have a chance to put our hands on, and then not literally, but figuratively put our hands on it and make it ours.
Yes.
That last little bit where you can kind of sign the photograph or sign the painting, and without putting your name on it, but it's still you.
That's why you have to collect several of them so that you can figure out which one of us made which butt art, and then you can have the whole set.
And we've never told anybody whose
I like that.
Whose is whose. So, you know, yes, we do each have our own signature way of doing butt art, but we never really tell you who's done it. Well, we can tell.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I make a TikTok video, you're probably gonna tell.
Yeah. Your nails will give you away.
I'll just like put it like really close in so you don't see my fingers. Just be like, can't see it. But I'm still in the conceptual butt phase. So I'm still working
you're
on
still
that.
developing your language. You're developing your way of Your
My butt
putting
language.
your butt language. Rowan and I, we have similar styles but different. We can, if you look at them at first glance, you're going to think, oh, they're the same, but they are different. We can tell the difference.
Yeah.
And
I may or may not have looked up cappuccino art videos literally like a couple of hours ago to just see.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of was detrimental, honestly, because then they were like, you have to make the milk this way and you have to pour it this way and whatever. And I'm like, no, get to the part where you poke stuff and it makes a picture.
It's about the muscle memory of knowing how to shake it, how to move it at those last points where you have the control over the end result. Yeah.
Drake on P86 says, gotta catch them all. I love it. Oh my goodness.
I keep having a lot of people who tell me, I've seen a lot of people pour water into the mold up to where they want it filled and then measure the water to see how much they need. Absolutely. That's going to tell you the volume of the end result. But ultimately, number one, that's going to give you the water weight and the water volume. The volume will be the same, but the water weight versus the silicone weight is different. Silicone has a specific gravity of about 1.1, 1.2. Yeah, 1.1 to 1.2. And so if you use that weight of water, that's going to mess you up. And volume is a bad way of measuring things. I do everything by weight. It's just part of who I am.
Well, and it's also like speaking from personal experience in realms that I hope I never have to deal with ever again, like resin casting, for example. If I am going to put fluid in the mold to check the density, then I'm going to have to deal with the mold being wet and having to fix all of that afterwards as well. And whenever it comes to like irregular shapes and things being odd, like that can really be detrimental too.
If you're doing a one-off, that's one thing. Because if you're trying to this is where the mass.
I'm so sorry, I have to move my dog again. He fell down.
That's fine. I can fill space. But one of the things that we do is that we don't necessarily pay attention to that first pour. When it comes to the volume of resin or silicone that we do, we're always going to pour extra in that first pour while we determine what the volume and the weight is. That way, we don't have to worry about whether or not we're going to fill the mold. But ultimately, we do everything by weight. It's the most accurate. Volume is one of those things that it's very easy to either over pour or under pour. But if you are doing by weight, it can be a lot more accurate. And yeah, I love accuracy. You might have figured that out.
You have a lot of details, and I really like that about this company in general. I mean, I had a message, and we should for sure get back to comments, because therein lies the exploration of the things you didn't even think about, or the things that you can share knowledge about. I had somebody message me. They said, so I saw your Facebook post. Yeah. And they said, some of the things that you have are, it wasn't the size that they preferred. And I said, and we had talked about that because there's a lot of research that went into why this size and what sizes could there be and blah, blah, blah. And there's a lot of specific detail science behind that. But also some of the stuff that this person was saying was very like niche realm, the things that they liked, which is fine. Yeah. But it made me laugh because they were like, why are your sizes XYZ like this? And I'm like, well, let me tell you, there's an incredible amount of detail work and research and thought process that went into all of that. So I will absolutely tell you all those things. Let's talk about it. I love it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about why there's a flared base and how big it is and why.
Yep.
How not to go to the ER and have a very interesting conversation with your doctor.
Yeah. You know, not to get too far into it, but number one, the average penis is about 5 1/4 inches. So technically, anything that's beyond 5 1/4 inches is above average. And I think the average girth is somewhere around 1 1/8 inches, 1 1/4 inches, somewhere right in there. So anything that's beyond, you know, 1 1/4 inches in girth, and by the girth I'm talking about diameter, it's beyond average. Yeah. All of our designs have a length that is just a little bit longer. We go about 6 1/4 inches insertable, and somewhere around 1 inch to 1 1/8 of girth, diameter. And that's on purpose. I don't want to compete against Bad Dragon. I don't want to compete against these companies that are going, you know, how big can we go? Square Peg is another company, or John Thomas. Those companies go for volume. And when I say volume, I'm talking about the number of pieces they sell. We're talking about literally the volume. And I'm holding my hands like this because they have toys that are this big. But you know, they're going for a certain category of customers. They're going for a certain demographic. You know, we were talking about this and I kind of explained to you what my philosophy was, is that I don't expect to be somebody's first toy. The first toy that they buy is going to be from their local toy store. And it's probably going to be a Doc Johnson or a California Exotics or something like that, which is fine. That gives you a point to start from, where you can say, I like this length or I like this girth. But then from there, I want to be their second or their third toy, where they figured out what they want. They figured out that they need something that is XYZ length, girth, whatever. And that they know what they want. And that's where I want to be. We talked about it earlier. I want to be representational, but I don't want to be realistic. I think that realism, if you wanted a real penis, you would go find one. And there are a lot of penises out there that would be more than happy to satisfy you, whatever requests you might have. And so, you know, if you're looking for something that, and I joke about this, all we make are objects that fill a particular volume. That's all we do.
Yep. Bottom
At the
line,
root of it,
that's what it is.
Yeah, that's all we do, is we make objects that fill a particular volume. What you do with it, where you put it, is up to you. And we try to make sure that they are safe for whatever product or for whatever use that you might have in mind. I mean, I've kind of wandered off there, but you know, it's
a good tangent to go off on. All of
it's
the
the
subject
philosophy
matter to me is
behind what
entertaining
we
and
do. Yeah. Some more comments. I'm gonna need one of these. Okay, great. There's one pour that I did that was an orange, white, and green, which it happened to have been. I didn't realize it, but it was the Irish flag. So the Irish community.
Yeah.
The Irish community came out.
They were like, yes. That's amazing. I love the color combinations sometimes. I'm looking at the custom page right now because I keep going back there. I just love how many options there are. And I don't know why, but the pictures to me are just so pretty.
Well, especially
shiny.
if you just look at the color samples, we have pictures of all of the different colors, so you can see the color before you even order it.
There's that shiny pigment love again. I'm like, ooh, it's shiny and pretty.
Somebody's commenting spreadsheets are good, but in production can easily be mixed up. So along with the spreadsheet, have each numbered and lettered with volume too. Again, volume is one thing. Volume is probably the worst. It's not the best choice in terms of trying to determine what you're going to fill your mold with. It's the least accurate way that I can come up with. So it's fine. Tide Pod colors. I did one. I have a video that has over 1.1 billion. No, it's 1.2 million views. And it was red, white, and blue. And it happened to remind people of Tide Pods. So,
the internet, I swear.
Right? Let me know when you all get a suction cup one's made. I'll be happy to buy something. Suction cups we keep experimenting with them. I don't know that I'm completely happy with the designs that we have for doing suction cups. But it's part of the process.
I just had like 17 ideas and I'm going to reserve all of them so that I can tell them to you later. But one of the things I think that it's important to mention is that what you're seeing when you click on the links and stuff is stuff that's already been developed, but will always continue to be in development. But research and development, the R&D continues. And there are things that I would love to tell you about that are very exciting that I've seen. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And they're not done being developed yet. So I can't tell you about them. But rest assured, at Amavidi, there is a whole area dedicated to the experimentation in the fun way. And so I'm very excited about it. I think that's my favorite part, and I can't wait to show you the new things that are coming out. And I'm so excited about this opportunity. I just want to say thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that you're not just kind of divulging all those things and giving me the opportunity to make that choice.
The anticipation. That's my thing.
But, we've been playing with suction cups. We've been playing with vibrators. We've been playing with vacuum lock harness compatibility. These are all things that are in the background that people don't see. And, to me, it's, I don't know how to share that kind of stuff where we're experimenting and we're trying to find the best way for us to fill a particular need, like the suction cups or the vibration. I've sent out a couple of pieces that have vibrators built into them, and it's one of those things that it's a very particular style that people either love or hate, because silicone has a tendency to deaden vibration. And so if you put a vibrator in something, it tends to deaden that vibration. It's just enough of kind of a squishiness that it just deadens those
It's a pretty good shock absorber.
Yeah. But it has a very particular style that some people like and some people don't.
What a fun thing to research and develop.
Yeah.
So excited.
Like I said, I have a group of people that I send products out to, and they're able to, one of the great things about them is that they can talk about this in a way that is that isn't off-putting, that allows people to have the conversation, and allows them to talk about what they like without feeling uncomfortable. So,
Well, and it's funny and great too, because in the end, you know, they're contributing to a community. If this company and what it does and the things we're talking about, if anything, is a community. And so you have these core group of people who are like, I'm going to do this, tell you my experiences, and then it's for the benefit of the community, because then you have feedback and you can go back to the drawing room and say, okay, this worked, this didn't work. And again, that was something that once we started talking about this, even before, I was like, oh, okay, I'm in, because we're talking about a level of care and dedication and development and intimacy, really, with what it is that you're doing, that I definitely appreciate.
Yeah,
even if picking colors is hard.
Within that group, we have, and I may mess up, I may make mistakes in terms of how I refer to people, but we have trans men, we have trans women, we have cis men, cis women, we have folks who like butt stuff, we have folks who like vaginal stimulation. We have people across the board, and they are able to give feedback from their perspective. And so we can take that in and review for ourselves. Did we hit the mark? You know, we were going for XYZ. Did we hit that? It doesn't have to be perfect for everybody. It has to be the right choice for that particular category of folks.
Demographic, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that there's all the different perspectives, for sure. I like that there's different perspectives, for sure.
I have a lot of people ask, do you show the final results sometimes? This is from TikTok. I can't show the end results on TikTok. They will get taken down, and then I'll get shadow banned, and then bad things happen. Like I said, if you go back into some of probably the first 5 or 10 videos on TikTok, there is a demolding video there that hasn't gotten taken down yet. But in general, we try not to on TikTok, but we do post them on Twitter and we post them on Instagram because they don't care. Yeah.
Instagram is all about. Yeah, that's like the best part too. There's literally entire categories on all these different, I do a lot of stuff. I do a lot of weird stuff. I do a lot of stuff on a lot of places. And one of the things you will find in all of these places is demolding videos, because it is so satisfying. It is so satisfying. Or doming videos, or pores. I love it. I love
whether it's a resin pour or a silicone pour. I mean, I love resin pours or paint pours. That paint, the acrylic paint pours. I love those. And I take ideas from them.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's what, we were degassing or whatever earlier. And I was like, oh, the cells, I love that stuff. And it makes me laugh so much, because I actually didn't know that you could do cells and cell painting and whatever with acrylic. I saw all the resin pours of people using alcohol inks and stuff, and that kind of, I love watching that. I could look at this stuff all day and just look at how shiny it is, and that would be satisfying to me. But yeah, I added you on all the things so I could watch all the pour videos, and I love it.
I am happy to steal from any category that I can. And it's not stealing. I mean, I say steal, but ultimately what I'm doing is I'm taking inspiration from. Austin Kleon has a wonderful book. It's called Steal Like an Artist. And I love the way that he puts it, because from his perspective, and I agree with him to a certain extent, which is that nothing is new. You are remixing what somebody else has done. And, you might be taking inspiration from half a dozen different artists, but you're still kind of remixing what they did. And I love kind of that perspective that we can take from other categories and bring that into what we do. Yeah.
I feel like that's how, for me, branching out into this realm even started. Because I do costuming and dancing and 1,000 other things, in which it would be like, I would like to, just as an example, I talk about this on my show all the time. And if you came in at the beginning, you would have seen the video of it a little bit. I'm like, I would like to eat glass on stage, but probably cannot have glass on stage sometimes. So must do research and figure out, how do we make this work? Or I would be like, I want to do XYZ costume, but for instance, Queen of the Damned, like her headpiece is covered in turcoman, and the piece in the middle alone, just the one little piece like this, could cost you upwards of $80 if you're lucky. So the idea of we're doing an ornate piece covered in abalone and all this stuff, no. The idea is, how do I take that? How do I make that? And then you learn all kinds of stuff about floor wire and foam and resin, and the further in I got, I got hooked real bad. I got the craftitis. That's me. I've got the craftaholism. And so I started doing silicone, and I needed to make silicone molds for a bunch of things. And the further in I got to that, and I was like, oh, I'm a sculptor, and I had friends like, yeah, do this, that, and the other thing. I'm working on a costume right now where I'm sculpting stuff that looks like melted candles, and then trying to make it into a costume. But learning about all of that brought me further down the rabbit hole into the realm of where we ended up here, like this.
I think that, and this actually goes back to, the very first part of our conversation tonight was why I brought you in, which is that you have that drive to figure out how. You have that drive to figure out, I have this idea, how can I make that happen? And I have a lot of people who ask me, how do I get into this business? Number one, you can either go the route that I did, which is create your own designs and then pour them and sell them in the market. If you want to work with a Dildo-smith or somebody who's pouring silicone, then you have to bring something to the table. And for me, that is that drive to want to learn the process and want to learn about how do you do things? How do you break down that product to something that you can actually do?
I want to state for the record, I feel like this needs to be said, because one of the reasons I did come to talk to you and had been talking, I think to Rowan, I can't remember if it was Rowan or George. I was talking to one of them about what had happened was. What had happened was I failed a lot. I made a lot of mistakes, and I did like extensive research, and I still made a lot of mistakes. It was very expensive. And then of course I'm telling them about it, and they're like, you absolutely need to talk to right now. So I come to talk to you, but I would like to state for the record, I also brought you my box of fail pile. And I was like, look at all this stuff I did. And of course, like today even, I was thinking about, I have this friend, she makes hoof shoes, and she was recently on that show where you guess, who makes the thing or does the thing. I think RuPaul is the host of it. And there was a mold that I tried to do. It was polyurethane, I think. And this was like design phase, so this wasn't body safe or anything. But I had the polyurethane mold. and I poured the silicone and I tried to degas it in the mold, because you can degas resin in a mold.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not how that works, especially because it was a 2-part split mold. So you basically had this big seam all the way up both sides. So as the vacuum is condensing, it's just literally, it made the entire thing of bubbles. Yeah. Like the whole thing was air. It was like fluffing up. It was like making popcorn. It just went into air. And so when I pulled it out, I was like, oh my God. Like, but I kept going.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that about, how your thought process works, is that you just kept going. The thing that I have going for me is that not that I have deep enough pockets, but I allocate a certain amount of materials, allocate a certain amount of money to development. And so if I'm making a product, I don't mind spending that money on those things, because I know that eventually that's going to pay off for me.
It'll be something. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I may not have a product at the end of that, but I'm going to learn something and I'm going to figure that out. And I think that the areas that you and I are going to work well on is that I'm going to have the interest and the budget to make mistakes, and you're going to have the interest.
That's
and
good, because that might happen.
Yeah. I don't know. Some of the things that I get into in my stream, and this may be kind of where we slightly diverge, is that my interest is a lot of times in business. And I talk about how the business side of it and how to make it viable.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm at, is that I want people to be successful. Mm-hmm. I had somebody who contacted me, and they were amazed at how much I shared with them. And, you and I had this conversation earlier this week, but I explained to you that I don't mind sharing. I love sharing my knowledge. I'm happy to help people, because ultimately what we're going to end up with is either somebody who is going to be a copycat of me, which they're not going to be my competition. They can't do what I do.
Yeah.
Or they're going to be unique. And if they are unique, absolutely, they're not my competition.
Yeah.
I don't compete against Bad Dragon. I don't compete against Uberime. I don't compete against Godemiche. Built Up Beasts, Paladin Pleasures. I don't compete against them, because every one of us has our own perspective that we bring to this. Mm-hmm. And I am happy to share process, but people need to be able to bring their own perspective, and they have to be able to bring their own design style into it. And then
in the beginning, when I started talking to you, the stuff I was doing was not at all like this. It was also a very different demographic. But the talk and shop, that was the same. And that's why it was interesting to me, because I could literally sit there and talk to you about a weird tentacle I made for 3 hours, and you were still interested. And so I was very excited. I'm still excited about this whole opportunity. And I'm excited that I want to say thank you to everybody that's here right now, and that the people on my stream, which, I mean, you guys have known me for a while, and you know that I talk about weird stuff, and sometimes we do weird things. This is probably one of the, I don't even know, is this one of the weirdest things that we've done? This is pretty different, but I'm so grateful that you guys are here. I'm so grateful that you're still around. Of all those people that have left, whatever it is that they're doing. They're missing one of the best streams I've ever been a part of in my life, so they can just, I'd make a comment about they can go shove it, but they can't because they're not enjoying the fantastic products that we're talking about right now. So, but anyway, I'm so grateful. I love talking shop. There's only one person I've ever met or tried to talk to in any kind of maker situation, whether it's cosplay, whether it's video editing, whether it's dance. I've talked to one person. It was one cosplayer that I tried to contact years ago, and I saw she had made something. And I was like, hey, that's really cool. How did you do that? Do you mind me asking? And she's like, I did just custom process. And I went, okay. She didn't even sell it. It was just like, I did discuss that. And honestly, years ago, I used to make cyber hair they're called crin falls. And if you're from the Gothic industrial world, it's the big tubular plastic crin fall hair. When I first started making those, I was making them for a friend. I figured everything out. I figured out how they were made. I figured out where to get the materials. I figured out the best way to attach them. I made my own version of the attachments because normally people tie them on with a ribbon, and I didn't really like that, so I made a different way. Did the whole thing, concept, design, development, production. And I started talking to this girl who sold the materials, and I sent her pictures of the stuff I made for Dragon Con. And she had these new fiber optic hair clips that had come out called Globies, and they weren't very popular yet. And so I don't remember why I got them, but I told her about them, and I started incorporating fiber optic clips into my hair. Sorry, my friend set up alerts, and I keep hearing the heartbeat from the thing going off, and I'm like, what is happening? Oh my God. Okay, so sorry.
Are you getting new followers?
Yeah, hi.
Oh, awesome.
But it scared me. I was like, what is that sound? But anyway, I showed her, we talked extensively for a long time. And then a couple months later, she started selling pieces that were basically what I did. But I wasn't a manufacturer it was all art, what I did. I didn't have a company like she did. She was mass producing these big pieces, but they were all very much what I was doing. And I think at first I was like, what? Like, ugh. I have proof of it somewhere too. I think I kept a screenshot just to, for myself. But it was also like, okay, well, even still, I think later when I got over it by thinking someone's going to enjoy that. And then it was funny because Globies got to be super popular, and they got expensive for a little while, but then the price dropped because, she bought 1 trillion of them. And then all of a sudden people were like, I don't want to buy this anymore. But it really was very interesting to have gone that far and then had somebody be like, okay, well, this is all great. Now I'm going to do it. But I never had made a piece for other people. I just did it for myself because I enjoyed them and I thought they looked dope. And for the record, they did. They looked pretty dope. But I agree with you. People are always asking me, they're like, what do you do? Because I do art, different kinds of art. And I'm like, I don't know.
So do you consider yourself an artist?
Yeah, I think I have to, but only because I do so many different weird, crazy things. So I think art is like the umbrella that encompasses. I was at this event the other day, and one of the artists who does some of my merch was like, what I love is when people ask me what you do, and I literally have no idea what to tell them. And I'm like, I'm sorry. And they're like, no, it's great. Because you do this and you do that, and you're doing this and this and this. And I think it's amazing. I'm like, thanks. But yeah, I think artist is probably, I mostly tell people I'm a dancer. And it's funny because it goes back to the conversation we were talking about, the taboo of sex and being in conservative America and things. I'll tell people in certain places, there's a 4 or 5. It's like a choose your own adventure game, right? So they'll say, what do you do? And I'll say, I'm a dancer. And then you watch the face and where you are, you know, times environment, times charisma, times observational skills or whatever, roll for effect. And it's like, I'm a dancer, not exotic. Or I'm a dancer, but not the club kind, which is fun. I mean, that's great. I would love to do that. That's just not something that's in my repertoire at the moment. But
you're also not dancing for, say, the ballet, or you're not dancing for one of the current, who's the, I can't remember their name. There's a modern dance company. I will come up with it eventually. But yeah, there's absolutely. I mean, whether your dance is an umbrella, as you put it, that covers a lot of different categories. And I used to know, my girlfriend's brother's wife, however you want to put that, was a ballet dancer for the local ballet company. And she had been dancing since she was 12, 13 years old. And it amazed me when I saw her, and she was probably 25, 27 years old and had a hip we gotta say this correctly, a hip replacement at 27 years old.
Jeez.
Because of her dancing.
Yeah.
And because of what she had given for the last 15 years of her life to ballet. And, you know, being under 30 years old and going in for a hip replacement, I think she ended up having both hips replaced. But, I mean, you know, you think of football players. You know, football players have a life expectancy, a career expectancy of maybe 15 years, maybe 20 years if you're really good.
And I had an uncle he helped win an Orange Bowl and was basically going to be a draft in college, he was in college, he was going to be a draft professionally. And he got hit too hard in the head one day and got epilepsy. And same with dance. I mean, the body is a very important thing and it has limitations. And which is funny because everything we're talking about, I'm like, yes, that's why our product line is this way. But it's crazy because there's a dedication involved and a statement and a thought process. Like, I'm also 6'1", for those of you who don't know. I'm big. I'm a giant Yeti. And so I didn't have opportunities in a lot of professional careers because at the time, it's different now, but nobody could do pas de deux with me, which is dance of two. Ain't nobody lifting me up off the ground, floating me around. You know what I mean? There's nobody like picking my Yeti butt up and being like, "Wee, you're doing a float." That is not happening. And even when I was only 5'11" and, you know, weighed like nothing, it wasn't logical or even feasible in some senses for someone to do that. So it changed a lot of what I did. And so as time went on, I just did my own thing, and I've become this weird, unique, amorphous whatever it is. I kind of like that. Occasionally, even in my security jobs, like if I have my hair pulled back and no makeup and I have my security outfit on and I'm in a bathroom, you know, people will look at me and I'll just be like, you know, what? They're like, what is it? And I don't know why, but to me, that's exciting. I'm like, yes, what is it? What is
There's
this?
a certain amount of, I think one of the things about art is that we play with people's perceptions and we play with their expectations.
Definitely.
And I mean, I will say that it has been very hard for me to take on the word or the label of artist because I don't think of myself as an artist. I am creative. I am a maker. I make things, but I don't think of myself as an artist. I had a counselor one time, and I remember making this joke is that I can't be an artist because number one, I get paid for what I do. And number two, I survived I survived my 20s. Between those two things, I can't be an artist. So yeah, I mean that's the way I perceive artists. And so I think of myself as a creative.
I'm looking at the page though for the custom for you stuff, and I still feel like there's a level of artistry involved. I can understand your statement and I respect your choice of words, but I still think it's art particularly. I mean, the butt art alone, for those of you who've just joined the stream, there's butt art happening. It's a lot. We talked about a lot of things today, but just the designs alone still constitutes art to me. We're still talking about, why don't they all just look like one big long stick? You took a concept and there are plenty of geometric amorphous blob shapes that can still hit this spot and hit this spot anatomically. But what if it also looked like this? That's the art part of it, I think. And I always tell people, everyone's like, oh, I can't dance. Literally everyone can dance. I mean, we all have bodies. You can move them. If you're moving, you're a dancer. It happens. You're just, and people are like, oh, I can't dance, this, that, and the other thing. It's like when you do silicone pour or anything that you do at the shop. Muscle memory, repetition, and the involvement of cognition versus you're literally taking electrical signals that start as an idea, and you're a wizard, Harry, and you're putting them into your meat, and then you're using your meat to do stuff over and over again. And that's art. If I tell you, do this turn, it doesn't necessarily mean you can do it. But if I tell you the techniques to do said turn, and you do said turn over and over again, refining your process every time, eventually you could probably do said turn. There's an art to that. It's just not the same as, Michelangelo, or, I mean, maybe you're the Michelangelo of the dildos.
No. I will never take on that label.
It's like, no,
but
never.
I will say that I am creative. I can take ideas and I can play with them. And I enjoy making physical objects. You saw the project that we did over the last couple of weeks for one of the local environmental companies. And it was the final result was absolutely beautiful.
I loved it.
We used curly maple, we used mahogany, we used copper, and we did a lot of things that were very appropriate for the company because they're an environmental company. So everything that we did was environmentally responsible and sustainable. All the woods that we used were NSF, which is National Society of Foresters.
Not safe for work.
They're all NSF certified. And so, these are sustainably supported for forests. And so
there's a lot of stuff that goes on at the shop, by the way. I'm just here to be super excited about the dong portion of it, but there are a lot of things that happen at that place, and I am about all of them. And everything that they do there is full of the detail, and I love it. I think it's amazing, and I'm very excited about it.
There is on YouTube, there is a guy, his name is Chris Doe, who I follow on YouTube. He has a channel called The Future. The website is called The Future, and it is spelled the future without an E at the end. So it's the future without the E at the end.com. But he also has a YouTube channel, and he talks about, this is the funny thing, is that he talks about brand. He talks about logos. He talks about logotype. He talks about typography. He talks about color. And these are the things that inspire me. These are the things that I take ideas from, and I'm able to rework those things into what I do. And so I'm happy to take from other categories, and I'm happy to take my inspiration from other makers, designers, brand artists, and rework it in a way that works for my clients.
Which I totally like, and it's literally most of what I do, because I'm like, wow, I want to be able to rip my heart out of my chest during this show. Well, I need to learn some stage magic for that. Also, what's a squib? And just the possibilities are endless, and I meet all kinds of new incredible people and ask them the weirdest questions, and then they'll be like, what's this for? And I'm like, oh, let me tell you. You know. Same with you. I'm like, okay, I'm not making a monster movie, but I need to ask you some questions,
you know,
about platinum cure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of overlap between what we do and the special effects industry.
Yep. And I think that's how I got a lot, like that was the main, I was using silicone to make weird special effects stuff, and latex, and looking through monster books and all these different, you know, like all the smooth on videos and mermaid stuff. That was a big one. I have a body cast
that
for
stuff.
Man, we could talk about that for hours. I'm kind of sad and disappointed, because one of the companies I really love just came out with a design for something I've wanted to do my whole life. They didn't do it how I'm going to do it, but they did it. And I'm so jealous, because I was like, I've had this idea for like 6 or 7 years. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But that's the silicone world. I mean, we're talking like all different kinds of silicone, and the cheap way and the not cheap way, and the safe way and the not safe way. And I learned a ton about it from people, professional mermaid people. Same application. It still has application in this industry. These just are a little bit different applications.
Yeah, and I love the mermaid tails that get made. I mean, I look at those and I'm amazed by them. And
my friend, this lady her name's Tamara, she shot my wedding even, like, oh, okay. So she wanted to make a tail. She had friends that had them, and she's like, I'm gonna go full out. And when her journey was over, I was like, I'm so proud of you. And she's like, I literally almost had to be committed. That's how bad it was. She took a door handle that she found from a vintage, like a dresser. Okay. And she said, this is cool. I want my scales to look like this. So she made a bunch of duplicates, and then she made a mold to pour the silicone. And then she decided, you know what else would be cool is if each one of the scales was different colors. So she did like multiple colors in each scale, then had to make the tube, then had to put the scales on the thing. And for those of you who don't know, silicone bonds to itself. It doesn't bond well with a lot of other things, but it will bond to itself, which can be good and bad. And it's actually a technique that you use to do a lot of things. And so she had to glue all that, each piece at a time. And it was a lot. The process was completely crazy. Watching people like do the scale work on what I call fish bags, like when they have the thing and they're sitting there just like making each tiny little fish scale. It's just, that's dedication right there.
So I have a question for you, which is, how do you, I mean, I have my perspective and you've seen it, but I'm curious, how do you make your art viable?
I don't know if my art is viable.
Yeah, I mean, and I mean, I'll give you a couple of seconds to think about it, but what I do is, you know, I have my own perspective about how to develop products, and I've gone into it before and I'll be happy to go into it again, but it's a little bit different than other people's. And my perspective is that if you're going to do art, it should sell and it should be viable for the amount of time that you're going to put into it and the amount of materials that you're going to put into it. How do you make it viable?
So a lot of what I do, especially like if I do a lot of different things. Two of the main things I do right now are photography, modeling concept art, and dance concept art. So for instance, I started a subscription site, and it's very descriptive on there that there's adult themes and horror themes and themes about mental illness and just how I feel about a lot of stuff. And what I do is I'll take a concept, the dance, for example. One of the dances I do is a song about obsession. It's about this man who is a glass blower, and he, like, I think it's like the story of Dido almost. Like, he created this ballerina statue that he just thought was the most perfect thing that he'd ever built. And he kind of just like was like, you know, I don't really need to like live in society. I'm just gonna like chill here with my ballerina statue. And the town went nutbags, and they're like, you're a weirdo and you can't do that. And he's like, I'm pretty sure I can do whatever I want. So they tried to go and burn his house down, you know, sort of Frankenstein style. And he goes up on the roof and jumps off the roof, and at the bottom he eats some of the glass to be with his weird ballerina. And so I started with that concept, and then I was like, how do I make this into an experience? So for instance, if I was to do a performance, you are paying for the experience, basically. Certain things like that particular one, I can't like make videos and things of because of the music. But with the photography I do, doing like the subscription site thing, I do everything. I create the concept, I do the makeup, I build the costumes, I find the location. This last thing that I did all of it myself. And it took like 4 hours to set up, and it still didn't come out the way that I wanted, but I did it anyway. But I put out there, you know, there's two ways that you can actually access it. One is like pay as you go type of thing. Like, you know, if you want to see what the art is, you pay to see the art, and then you have a copy of the art. And the other one is you pay a monthly subscription and you will get to see the art that I put there. I also have a Twitch, and I haven't been able to do crafting on the Twitch lately because of my move, but I do crafting and play games and all this other stuff. And so I have people on Twitch who support me. I have a YouTube that I've just started editing again for, that's been in the dark ages for many, many years, but I guess hypothetically that could be a portion of it too. But after the things have changed so often that I used to monetize. I've had a YouTube since YouTube. Okay, I'm old.
Well, I think that Tarot Artist has a good question, is what do we mean by viable? And this is on my chat, may not be on yours. And she says that because Suzy and I go round and round on this all the time. To me, viable means that you are doing something that is not going to stop you from doing something else.
Right. How do you make a life of art, an art life?
Yeah, I mean, there's a capitalist in me, and we can go into capitalism and how that relates to art. But I'm a capitalist at heart, And so I want to make a profit on my art. I say art, even though I don't take on the label of artist, but what I do.
And there's,
yeah,
it is very different to say, we could say that you deal in experiences.
Absolutely.
You do deal in the experience.
Mm-hmm.
You make a product that is an experience. But for instance, like with Twitch, Taro and a lot of the people that are in my Twitch stream right now are either streamers or musicians or whatever it is that they do, and they have a Twitch, and all of us sort of have this, we are community built on the knowledge that, especially like music is the biggest example. Mm-hmm. If I go to a show, even I've got stuff I'm doing right now with a couple of bands where during pandemic, I mean, what do? You're a musician, so they would do Twitch streams or whatever. But if you go to a show and you're there for the experience and you're listening to a song and it takes you to a memory or whatever it is, mm-hmm. and these people have spent their time and life and resources and brain and money to play you the songs, for your people. The idea is much like, the Renaissance and even before, you're our patron. I go to see the band, and if I can, I will buy their merchandise. Do I necessarily mm-hmm. need some booty shorts with the band's logo on them? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Are they cute? Probably. But if I'm there for the tangible experience, in my mind, as a patron of music, I would say, I should go get a t-shirt. This is how they eat. This is important.
So now you've made that comment about how you support other artists, but how do you make your art viable?
I think I'm in transition right now in that aspect, because previously, and this has a lot to do with what we were talking about earlier with mental states of mind and mm-hmm. Giving zero fucks and all those kinds of things. One thing I've noticed with a lot of artists is, myself included, you say, shit, how much do I charge people? Mm-hmm. And I'm in a state of flux because I just started the subscription service and things, but it's like buying a painting. If you're going to go and you're like, I want to hang mm-hmm. this in my house, somebody will, buy the thing and you take it back. Mm-hmm. For me, someone once told me that art is like shit. You just got to get it out. Just got to get it out there. And one of the things that held me back a lot was I didn't feel like I had anything that was worth paying for, which I do. It's just a state of mind. Other people, I pay other people for their stuff. So, but it's also same with it's like, marketing. You have to have a consistent thing that's always evolving that people want, or even if you're making stuff like art that, some people are going to love what I do. Some people are going to be not happy with what I do. Some people are going to be excited that I took this opportunity. Other people are going to be like, I can't believe you put this on your Facebook, or your family can see this. Yes, they can. Yeah. So for me, viability means finding worth in what I do.
So your viability is your viability is intrinsic or internal as opposed to external.
I feel like because of how long I've lived my life and the things I've done, I mean, not having an art life has really been a huge, horrible thing in my life. And even recently was something that, I've had plenty of people, they're like, you're never going to be famous on Twitch. I definitely didn't get on Twitch to be famous. I never woke up and thought, what I'm going to do with my life? Be a professional streamer, because nobody does that ever. And there's never been a girl ever that streams. But like you said, I do things that are unique to me. And for me, I've never had the confidence or the thought process or the how do I live and do art? And one of my favorite artists, who is a multimedia platform artist, who is also a professor who teaches art, who is a musician, he puts out like 3 albums a month or something. He just it's art. There's shit's art everywhere. Now, this man can sit down on a live stream and paint an incredible masterpiece, and he has a great community that sustains him monetarily, because he will paint these incredible masterpieces, and somebody's like, hell yeah, I'm gonna give you take my money. Just take it. Take my money. For me, I think the future holds viability, monetary viability, I suppose, if we're going to classify it, in the sense of quality content creation for myself, but also in a sense where people can have the art and keep it and enjoy it whenever they wish and be part of the experience, such as this. But also for myself, I don't know. I've always had viability I've always been sustained emotionally by doing the art. That was really all that mattered, because I also worked 60-hour weeks, killing myself, crying every day to eat. So.
And see, I think you represent oh geez. I can go down a whole path here, which is that you represent more like the Van Gogh, the artist who is never understood.
I would totally cut my ear off to give to a chick. I'm not even gonna lie.
The artist who is never understood in their time. He didn't sell any of his artwork until after he was dead, but he also hurt himself in the search for his art. But then I kind of see myself, and I hate this comparison, but there's an artist. I'm going to have to look up his name. You'll have to forgive me. Kuntz. That's his name. Kuoontz. He does those. It's like balloon animal art, but it's done on this huge scale.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now, here's the funny thing about Kuntz is that he does not, he comes up with concepts, but he has a team who does the actual production. And I see you and I in this kind of slightly different category, where you're in that Van Gogh category where you're sacrificing yourself to your art, where I'm in the Kuntz category where I have the ideas and I have the concepts, and I'm asking other people to develop that for me.
Execute it.
Yeah.
I feel that with my Clockwork Doll, the thing we were just talking about, I got to have that experience. It ruined me in the best way, because the short version of the story is I started with a very basic statement, because I was supposed to be doing this performance for a themed night, and I was like, I want to have a plate tutu, which is a tutu that sticks straight out, and I wanted it to be covered with black feathers of sorts, because I was kind of vibing off of Black Swan.
Okay.
But over a 3-year period, it developed into a key that can be put into the back externally, that rotates on its own, on a platform that rotates, that is controllable by dark magics, with the eating of the glass and those things. But we're talking about just in the base, we're talking about a rotating platform that can hold a 6'1" person that is, almost 200 pounds or whatever. I could not do the torque math. I could not understand. I could look up all day how you do this, but I could not build that platform by myself. So I asked a bunch of my Wastelander friends, hey buddy, help me. And that whole thing was developed by a bunch of people. There were people that I learned that, I had a friend who's a professor of robotics, and he taught me how to do the circuits properly. Or I would send them the message and say, I really want to make this concept work. How do I do this in that circuit? And they'd be like, look here, here, and here. So I had like an entirety, it was like a community project where I went back and said, this is my end goal. This is what I'm trying to achieve. And then yet we had an entire group of people who were like, and now this, and now this. The best part is I still have those people out there where I'm like, I need to put this confetti cannon in the thing. Please help me figure out how this works. But yeah, I feel like I'm transitioning more into what you're talking about. I love that guy's work, by the way. I think that the big shiny blue one is one of my favorites, the big one that's in the park or whatever.
Yeah, I love his work. I have problems with artists who, and this may be my own, bugaboo that I've got to deal with, but I have problems with artists who don't do the work themselves, that they come up with concepts and have other people execute. To me, artistry has to do with not only the conceptual part of it, but also being able to execute. Because, somebody like him, somebody like Kuntz, who can take art, and I remember there was a documentary on Netflix I think I saw that talked about Kuntz, and it talked about art as a profitable business. And there's so much I can go into it there. But the bottom line was that I was watching him and his studio, and he had 15, 20 people working for him, where he had this idea and he had them do the actual paint on the canvas.
Oh yeah.
And that bothered me.
Yeah. I just basically, so like how, with the platform is what I keep coming back to specifically. I had a very specific idea. I said, I want this platform to be remotely controlled. I want it to spin when I want it to and turn off when I want it to. And I won't tell you all of the magic that's involved, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on. But I sent an instructable. The only thing that I could find that was even remotely like, okay, this has all the science that I need to fabricate this. And I sent it to my friend and I said, tell me what part. I asked him to tell me what parts to buy, because you had to have like, it was basically like like if you were to build a motorized bicycle, it was a moped sort of base or whatever. It was the torque math, because the torque math was intrinsically shaped what chains you bought, and that had weight and velocity and all this stuff involved.
The number of teeth in the gearing.
Yes. Yeah. Which it's a lot. But what I did was I understood what was happening. I knew what variables I had, but I didn't have a lot of money. So I wanted to make sure when I bought the thing that I was like, hey guy, tell me which one of these is the right one. Or, I made a shopping cart and I was like, figure it. And he went, this is terrible. I'm going to make it better. And I'm like, my friend Frank did this. It was Frank and Jason Preslinick. Thank you forever. Like I love you to this day. I still have that stupid thing in my garage. It may fall apart at any moment, but he did the thing where he's like, no. And he's a mechanic and a fabricator for a living. And he's like, this instructable is great. Your science is sound. This is probably not safe, but also mine is better. So it ended up being where he sent it to Jason and he said, Jason, I need you to make the XYZ, and with an arc welder that I didn't have and various other tools. I gave them everything that they needed to know, and they helped me build that box. I'm grateful, but also, I had 3 other failed versions of it that I tried to make myself that didn't work. I actually got an industrial sized Lazy Susan type thing. It's weird. You can buy them at Home Depot, and I watched people make videos where they rotated motorcycles around with them. And I tried to just scoop my foot, and I had to learn how to use specialized wood cutting tools, and like I did all this stuff. And I failed a lot. It was very frustrating. And also I lost friends because people were like, stop asking me weird shit about carpentry. I'm like, no, I must be this creepy weird doll for a show. I have to build the experience. Help me build the experience. But it was worth it to execute the performance that I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, I did not build that platform, but I don't necessarily think that's the same thing as what you're saying, but that for me, certain things like that, like for instance, the tiny fog machine. I have a tiny fog machine. I tried to create one for 36 hours and then I gave up and I found a specialist. And I was like, please, I've been trying to like, weld this thing forever for days. Please help me. And
all right. I want to take a moment here, and I don't know how long you usually run on your streams. I mean, I'm having fun here, so I think there's a really interesting conversation happening about art and viability, and I mean, there's a whole lot there. But I want to make sure that we're not running too long for your audience and for mine. And
I was gonna say they are used to, at least for my people, we're used to going to sometimes 1 o'clock in the morning. Probably not today. I would assume midnight would be a cutoff at some point, but honestly, I don't care. And they know better. I will not shut up. I just continue to talk for hours, especially about art and dildos. That's very exciting to me.
Okay. So first off, I want to say that I need to take another break. I need to refresh myself and my beverage. I'm one of those people that I need a second to kind of I'm an introvert. And so I need to take a minute to just reset and give myself a chance to just be me. And then we can come back to it.
Okay.
Drakon P86 on your chat says, when Rowan asks about wood filament, I had nothing to do with it. I promise. Okay.
Yeah, there's a fun story behind it.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, go take your break and then we'll be back.
All right. I'm going to hit the thing in and we'll start the timer. All right.
All right. See you in a bit.
we're back. So yeah. Hey everybody, my name is Derek and I am a Dildo-smith. I am the maker, I'm the creator. I don't just make, but I'm the creator of Amavidi. And we are here to do the weekly AMA, Ask Me Anything, where we answer your questions about all things related to dildos, lubes, dildo making, or anything else that might come up. Now, if you've been paying attention, one of the things that we have kind of been doing is tonight has been interesting. It's less about the products that we make and more about the artistry of it and what it means to be a creative or an artist in this space. So I want to bring Suzy back, and I think there she is. Hey,
Hi,
Suzy.
hello. Hi, how are you?
Now, okay, so before we get into, I have several topics that I want to come back around to, and I hope that people will enjoy this. I mean, to me, this is like two artists talking to each other, and I don't think people see that very much. So
I like that we get to talk shop, but also that we're talking shop about also dildos. Both of those things. I like that. Okay,
so I was watching your intermission stream. Yes. I have your stream going in the background so I can watch it.
Thanks.
But I was watching your intermission, and there is a really cool video of you doing a red and black fan dance. Tell me about that.
Yes. So everything starts with a concept, and I think originally that concept was for the event itself. I always tell people I do themed art, so that was for Spa City Sweethearts, which is mostly a burlesque event, which shaped how I built the costumes.
I got a very burlesque feel out of it. Yeah.
Yes, very burlesque. And I just started, actually, I did my first, surprise, I do burlesque now. I did my first pseudo burlesque performance at Atomic Falls. It was very impromptu and I loved it and it was wonderful. But I was like, okay, I've done filler for burlesque for many years, but I needed to, Spa City Sweethearts is always towards Valentine's. And so I needed it to be like, I needed it to be love themed, but also Suzy themed. So I was like, okay, how can we make this work? Oh, true. That's true, Taro, because Black Tide Fete happened before that. Okay. Rewind. So I totally forgot. Actually, this is great. This will be even better. So originally it was for Black Tide Fete, which was a fetish themed New Year's public event that you could buy tickets to, and they had VIP tickets and you could go to the upstairs room, and that's where the kinky stuff was happening. And by that it was performers. There was still burlesque, but same thing. I was like, okay, fetish, burlesque, how do we make this look like that? And I actually, that whole thing originally had a headpiece that had a cage that I built, but I could never get it to stay on properly.
Okay.
It was one of those failed experiments. That's okay, Dracon, don't worry about it. They're like, we can't hear you, but he turned his volume down. So happens to the best of us. So anyway, again, Suzy themed, but also theme themed. So I was like, okay, I built that whole outfit, except for Taro helped me do like the chains and stuff. And when you do belly dance, all of the incorporations at the bottom are involved with like showing movement and shape. Like for instance, at Atomic Falls, my mutant character, because it fits my aesthetic and also my health problems, has chains, big chains. She used to be kind of a servant and a dancer, and she broke her chains, and when she did that, I incorporated them into my skirt, so they bounce around and they show movement and stuff, and also fit with the story. So this outfit has the chains and stuff at the bottom, very fetish-esque, very burlesque-esque. There's lots of sparkly bits, and I don't normally sparkly bits, but occasionally
Well, I saw the
throw that
makeup.
in there.
The makeup
Yeah.
was sparkly.
Yes, and oh my God, I made the mistake of, okay, so sometimes when you do something that's really cool, people are like, yeah, you should do that again. But when it's not like,
Mm-hmm.
when it's not viable, so I have a different method now, but I originally glued Swarovskis, real ones, all
Wow.
on my lips. And the first time I did that, it took like 1,000 years. And I regretted it because it looked amazing. And everyone was like, this is amazing. It didn't photograph well, but it looked great. And of course, on stage, I'd smile and I was like,
that's kind of the problem with doing something that's beautiful is recreating it.
Like,
yeah.
How do we make this happen again? Well, and so anyway, that original dance, I needed something that was fetish-esque because the whole point of it was fetish. I mean, there was shibari and there were burlesque and there were all kinds of spanking and the things were happening. So I'm like, fuck, I gotta get in on this. So I do a lot of, like you saw the fans, I do a lot of, I wouldn't say I spin poi or anything, but I'm more of a flow dancer, which is like its own category of prop dancing. I use a lot of props and still everything is a theme. So Wasteland Weekend is post-apocalyptic. It's supposed to be immersive. So instead of having ribbon wands, I made caution tape ribbon wands. So they look like I dug up a piece of messed up caution tape, or my flags that I have look like post-apocalyptic flags. And with the fetish thing, I was doing spinning and poi flow dancing, but with floggers. So I could spin them around and things like that. And I just remember that particular dance that you saw was for Spa City Sweethearts. The red, the heart, the spangly, all of that fit. But in order to make it more Suzy themed, I used a version of Something I Can Never Have by 9 Inch Nails that was from Westworld. So, and my intro was like, my intro was like, have you ever felt that feeling in the back of your neck when all the hair stands up on the back of your neck and something is following you? Have you ever felt your heart skip a beat when you hear that sound way off in the woods somewhere as you're walking in the dark? It was like all this stuff, and it was like, have you ever felt that way about a woman? And that was like my intro or whatever. Yeah. But each piece of that had a purpose, had a part of a themed style, and also ended up being part of the performance. The spangly bra bit thing at the top and the cage and the harness was all built for the fetish event, and then it just looked cool, so I kept it.
Well, I don't know if you can see my chat, but one of the questions I had is topic that I want to come back to is, what does the audience not see?
Oh my gosh.
And you kind of touched on that a little bit about the headpiece that didn't work out, that and those things that you do in the background. And I think that, I'm going to put my own spin on this for a moment, but there are a lot of things that happen in the background that the audience never sees. And I'm kind of going with the performance art perspective and the dance and things like that. But George I'm involved in the theater through George. And so, I see a lot of things that happen in the background and rehearsals and things like that never happen on stage. What the audience sees on stage often is a refinement of those things that we do in the background that we're exploring, we're pushing, we're bumping against the boundaries, and we are trying to find our language.
The clockwork doll, I keep coming back to that example because it's one of the biggest things I've ever done. That literally was 3 years of But what if I added this? But what if I added this? But what if I could do this? And now what's funny is I've performed it a bunch of times. Ugh, the dog fell again. I've performed it a bunch of times, but I'm going to be able to perform it more with new added things. So what's even better is not only am I pushing myself and finding new concepts and doing new stuff, but also people who have seen it haven't seen it anymore, because now there's more stuff. And it's that like I'm so excited about all the stuff that I have added, because that's what pushes me. Like, how can I make this more? How can I increase my muchness?
What's the difference between pushing it up to 11 versus evolution?
Dance perspective, right? Dancer perspective.
Sure.
There's a thing called a pirouette. It's a turn that you do. There's different kinds of turns. And there's a jazz pirouette, there's a ballet pirouette, there's a pirouette en l'air, there's a pirouette on point. Basically, all these are different ways to turn in a circle and lift your leg at the same time.
Right.
As you add and add and add, they require different skill sets, different skill levels, different techniques. For those of us who are ancient, unlike my demographic, there's this old movie called White Knights that has a very famous Russian ballerina and a very famous black tap dancer. And at one point, the Russian ballerina bets him 14 rubles that he can do 14 pirouettes. And it is insane, because landing one of them is very hard. Now, can I land a double pirouette? Sometimes, maybe. Sometimes a double jazz pirouette, which is less complicated, less technical than other versions of pirouettes. But what if I had a key coming out of my back that could be put onto me by an external person and turned, and then starts with black magic? So I can do one pirouette and eat glass and have goo coming out. And that is my evolution. Can I do 14 pirouettes? No. Could I try to do 14 pirouettes if I trained really, 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 really hard? Probably. I think that would be pushing it to 11. But for me, and something that people who have seen me belly dance throughout the years know, the first time I saw Sashi, which was the person that really inspired me to do like more gothic tribal fusion dance, she wasn't the best. She wasn't the most technical. She was incredible at her craft. But the minute she started dancing, the room got cold. And fucking ghost shit happened. And it blew my mind. Like, she had a technique in her videos about how to adjust your eyebrow, like in a certain way, to give an aesthetic and a mood, an energy transference. You're like, I'm communicating with these people with my body, with her eyebrow. Is it 14 pirouettes? No, but it's dope as fuck, and it's very effective. And those kinds of things, to me, I started out being a very technical dancer. I started out being all about choreography, and then Taro knows, like, I got invited to I didn't have anywhere to perform. I was an adult and I wasn't doing drag or whatever, and so I got invited to drag bars for open mic night, and they didn't.
Were you doing intermission and interstitial kind of stuff?
No, I mean, they were like, the original time that it happened, they said, we know that you do stuff. I think they had seen me, I can't even remember where, but they said, we have an open mic night and it's always drag and it's always this, it's always this. We really want something new, and you are so different and we love what you do. Please come to our open mic night. And I said, sure. But I had always been a choreography dancer. And then all of a sudden we had people holding out $1, like, to be supportive. And so all this neurotic choreography I had done for weeks on end, being like, oh my God, I got invited to do the thing and I have to do it. I have to.
And it was so structured. It
was literally like everything was choreographed. And then as soon as I saw that person, it all completely left, gone, all of it gone. But it was amazing, because what happened was normally people would be lip syncing and dressed up and whatever, and they would go over and go talk and grab the dollar. But for me, that wasn't a thing because I'm not impersonating, I'm myself.
Yeah.
So I ended up finding techniques literally on stage. Like this happened the first time it happened, it was organic. I'm like, how can I spin and like scare this person a little bit and then take their dollar? And from then on, I spooked people at the drag bar. And it was funny because it actually influenced a lot of how I made my performances. There was one where I did there's a clip from Hocus Pocus where she says, "Use thy voice," and the girl sings the song. She's luring the children in. So I did that, and I'd float around, and at the end she'd say, "Into my garden of magic," and I'd have flowers that would appear, and I'd give them to whomever lovely person was in the room, and then it would go into Cry Little Sister from Lost Boys. And the hag witch thing that I was wearing would devolve, becoming young again into like a cape. And all of that really happened like in a week because I went from like staunch choreography and having built all this stuff to like, oh shit, these people want to interact with me. Fuck, what am I going to shit? And then poof, and that just happened. So.
Well, I think that, and you and I are coming from very different worlds in that what I do, and again, I rebel against the concept, the label of artist, but what I do is very static, is that it is an object. And what you do is performance, and it is performance art. And I got one of these topics that I need to come back around to, which is performance art. And I'll be honest, for 45 years of my life, I did not understand performance art. And I always thought, well, this is just somebody who's wanting attention or whatever. It didn't make sense to me. There was a documentary on Netflix, and I'm going to have to pull it up here. Actually, it's just called Burden, Burden. And it is a documentary about Chris Burden. And he was a performance artist in the 70s and the 80s. And that is what allowed me to understand performance art. And I mean, I've been to the ballet, I've been to modern dance, I've been to performances and things like that. I mean, George is involved in the theater, so I understand the immediacy, the intimacy that happens between an audience and a performer, or an artist, or an actor. And I understand that, but it's also artificial to me. But I will say that this documentary about Chris Burden allowed me to understand performance art. And I mean,
I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, I mean, and this is just coming from somebody that I didn't grow up. My dad was a graphic artist. And I'm going to tangent here. I'm going to, squirrel off in a little bit different direction. But my dad was a graphic artist. And so I understood structure. I understood, how do you put type against an image and things like that.
My ancient dog fell again. I'm literally just going to tape him into a bubble wrap and put him in it.
That's fine. But, coming from a perspective and from a background of a graphic artist in which things are very structured and things are very built into a particular form in order to communicate a certain idea, that is very different than performance art, or acting on a stage or anything like that. So I kind of wanted to touch on this documentary because I really liked it and it really helped me understand performance art. But I also kind of wanted to come back around because I think that what you do is very much a experiential kind of art. And that's what performance art is to me, is that once you open yourself up to the idea that you can experience a moment that will never happen again, that is what performance art is.
Mhm.
What do you think?
Tangible experience. I mean, that's what we deal in, is a tangible experience. Now, I say the word tangible experience because one of the things I literally talk about almost verbatim every day with tarot artist who makes jewelry and has a trade and does painting and graphic design, and she's made calendars and cards and her own tarot deck. I mean, she just makes stuff and it's amazing out of bones and crystals and whatever. She has a tangible craft. She has something that she can sell that she makes. And for me, including like all the stuff in my life that's kind of imploded lately, how do you take an intangible thing and sell it? How do you become viable as an intangible artist? Now, I realized I have my tangible thing is the experience. You are paying for an experience. I still do, with the photography and stuff, and expanding into more like I have this series I just did that was stemmed from an emotion that I got from something somebody said about me. Very vague. But anyway, point is that I had a thought and a feeling, and it became a piece of photography. And there's a set of like 5 or 6, and if you subscribe to my stuff, then you get to see all the things. So in those ways, I'm taking what I'm doing as an experience, because you're still getting the Suzy-ness of it, the specter-ness of it, but it's print. So I tried to incorporate that media in order to make it more viable. But if you, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like going to a haunted house. Why would you do that? You go, you pay money to get the crap scared out of you. I hate it. I worked in several of them. That's fun. Yeah. I like that part. I do not like being scared in certain ways, but people love it. Like, why would you pay money to go get scared at a place? Why? And people are, it's great. It's the adrenaline rush, and you get to sell these things.
It's like riding a roller coaster.
It is. It is like riding a roller coaster. But if you think about it, like, this is something I say on my stream, but like flappy meat sacks of humans. We're flappy meat sacks full of water and farts. Throughout the history of time, we have always had in our cultures of sorts this cathartic. We've always had these moments where somehow, as a weird species, especially if we have like little communities, we've gotten together and been like, we're gonna do on Thursday, worship this tree. Let's do weird shit and drink and sing and whatever else.
Yeah.
And it's because there's something valuable about experience. If you think about it, somebody that's very close to me said, my time is my most valuable asset, and I care very much about who and what I give it to, because you can't get it back. You know, that's a piece of you and you can't get it back. And so, my time is my most valuable asset. And what we are doing when in a performance art situation is telling each other in a tangible way, we're going to spend time together. We're going to give each other our time. And what I'm telling people is, when you spend time with me, you're going to see something spooky and sexy and weird. And maybe you'll think about it 10 years from now, and it might shape you in a way. I've scared children before, which makes me sad. But I remember this lady came up to me one year. I was like, even a couple of years ago, she's like, my daughter saw you like 5 or 6 years ago, and she still talks about it because it scared her, but she loved it. And I was like, that's horrible.
Okay, I want I'm going to have to squirrel off here for a second.
Okay. do
But
it.
I kind of want to, when I was in middle school, I played the cello, which I love the cello. It's such
It's very hard.
such an evocative instrument, whereas I think the violin it's a little bit whiny, and the bass is a little bit kind of like thum 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 thum. But the cello is something that really kind of it almost has its own voice in a way that reflects, it's a little bit more human. Anyway, in middle school, I played the cello. I had a friend that I knew, and at the end of, no, it was in the middle of 5th grade, I moved from Stillwater to Tulsa. And at that point, I dropped the cello because of various reasons, but fast forward 15 years, I got an email from that friend that I had in 5th grade
Wow.
who took up the cello, ended up playing it through high school, and got a college scholarship because of his cello playing.
Wow.
And he said, I did that because of you.
Wow.
And I freaked out. I mean, at that time, I could not have, put that into words, but it freaked me out that
It's weird,
somebody, somebody I hadn't talked to in 15 years ended up taking on something that allowed them to have a college scholarship because they saw me playing the cello. Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, it's a little bit of a squirrel, but it's that experience. And you're talking about that little girl who saw you perform and still talks about it.
I've had people say I've inspired them to do stuff, which is really like, it's a lot. And I think one of the reasons it feels like a lot too is like me and you can sit here, you talk about Kuntz or whatever, and be like, yeah, this stuff inspires the shit out of me. But it's like, you're almost talking about like, it feels like you're talking about not a real person. They're not somebody that's sitting next to you. They're not you. You don't know them or whatever.
They're an abstraction.
Yep. That's gotten me into trouble actually in times, talking about very, very famous dancers that I saw to their, unbeknownst to me, they're very, very famous students, and being like, yeah, I guess they were just having a bad day because their technique was great, but there was just no emotion there. And I got laughed at by all my friends for saying, Suzy, you can't say that about this person. And the lady in front of me is like, yeah, I tried to tell my teacher this and that other thing. And I was like, oh shit. But I think it's crazy because what I tell people in seminars and stuff all the time, because I tell people that I used cosplay and dance to for therapy to an extent. Maybe not what people think. Like, somebody posted a meme the other day that said artists, and then it said art is my therapy, and then underneath it said people who definitely need therapy. Immersion therapy is what I'm talking about, and it's not fun or happy or cute or like, oh, this is wonderful. It's the screaming,
you're
running,
diving into it.
You're whatever that is that makes you the most horrified. You put it right here, and over and over and over. So I used cosplay and a lot of other stuff as immersion therapy to an extent, and I just kept doing it. And somehow occasionally people would be like, wow, the thing you happened, that they would have seminars about it. And I say, think of a still pond, right? And you pick up some gravel or dirt or something and you throw it. And where it hits, the ripples go out. And as those ripples go out, they hit each other. or other objects, and they create new ripples.
Yep.
It's the same with experience. I kind of think of like the new Sherlock with Benedict Cumberbatch. Like he'll see something, and then all of a sudden there's like 30 scenarios, and he starts disseminating information. For me, I've had people say I had a child because I wanted to leave a legacy. I personally think butterfly effect, you can leave a legacy just opening a door for a guy at QT. That's how I feel about it.
I had somebody who, created a career out of their cello playing because they saw me playing it in 5th grade. I mean, talk about butterfly effect. Yeah.
I mean, and you never know when that's going to happen or how. And trying to control it, which is what I've seen some people do, being like, oh, I have to be, I want to be an inspiration. I don't know about that, but what I give people is an experience. And my hope is that once it's done, they will take away whatever it is they decide to take away. And who knows why or what that will do in the future. I was dancing last night. And this weekend, I've danced places with fans and just people sitting around watching. Who knows what effect that will have on anything ever. But that thing I talked about earlier, the dance, the fly little, come little children and the cry little sister dance. I was at a convention 2019, and this guy came up to me and he goes, I remember you. And I know Tara would know. I think I did that in like 2009 or something. Yeah. And he still remembered. He said, he said, I've been meaning to ask you this whole time. Where did the flowers come from? Where did the flowers come from? And I ended up telling him because it was amazing. And I felt like, I was like, oh, I hope you're not disappointed. But he had been thinking about that like this whole time. He was like, where did the flowers come from? And I don't know. I feel like that's it for me. I watched performers all weekend at the Nude Art show, and I talked to one of them who inadvertently was doing burlesque, but ended up doing a bunch of things that come from lyrical dance, very structured lyrical dance that she was not familiar. She had just seen something, was like, this looks dope. I'm incorporating this into what I do, like we were talking about earlier, borrowing inspiration. What she didn't know was that what she was borrowing was Marsha Graham stuff. Like modern dance has its own history, its own very unique history of breaking boundaries and feminism and blah, 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 just like all this stuff. She had no idea that was happening, but she had that stuff in her dance. And I went up to her and I was like, oh my God, you did the thing and you did this and it was cool and dope. And oh my God, I can't believe you're like lyrical and stuff, right? And she's like, I literally have no idea what you just said, but I'm super interested now. She's like, let's talk about it. And so she just sent me a thing recently, even I guess it was today. And she was like, everything you said, I started looking it up on the way home. It's awesome. I can't wait to put more stuff in. She's like, all the gear cogs are turning. And that's how it works. That's human existence. This is how we influence, or just existing can be a thing. And so to me, like even with this whole job opportunity, I thought, what am I going to do when people start quitting me because I posted this on my Facebook? And it was like, what was more important? What was more, everything that we put on the internet, I always try to tell people, which I have been for 1,000 years, think about what you're putting on the internet.
The internet is forever.
Oh my God. And like, even this whole weekend at the Nude Art show, I've been using my art to empower myself and be cathartic, but also I'm like, those pictures are going to be on the internet someday. They certainly are. And they are. They're there. I've seen them. But in the end, they weren't as bad as I thought they'd be. And I'm just accepting of the experience because I had an experience. I had a great experience. I'll never have that experience again. And I'll continue to have more experiences based on that experience. So I think that's what performance art is for me. Watching Sashi dance It was a very specific song by Velvet Acid Christ. She wasn't doing flips. She wasn't doing 14 pirouettes, but she moved in a way up to the front of the stage and then did something with her eyebrow. And I swear to you, you could see her breath in the room. It was just so crazy. I was like, I feel the chills. Like she's summoning demons right now, and this is happening. And all I wanted was to be that when I grew up. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to be that when I grew up. But it is really crazy how that works. But
all right. So I want to come back around to the chat because there are some things referenced that I don't understand.
Oh? In my
because of garbage to gauntlets. What does that mean?
So I have no idea what I'm doing. I moved here in 2007 and immersion therapy. I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? Go to the goth club and make costumes and dance and go to cosplay conventions. I had no concept of how to do any of that. I didn't even know how to do makeup, really. I just did it. And I look back at those old pictures and I go, oh, but also it's evolution, right?
Yep.
One of the first, I wanted to do a panel at a cosplay convention. And I was like, what panel can I do? I don't know. But I realized all the stuff that I made was out of crap because I was poor. And so like one of my most famous costumes that I've been known for a long time was my version of Queen of the Damned. And the most expensive part of it, other than the circle skirts I already had from belly dancing, was the wig. It cost me like $40. The rest of it was made out of hot glue, pony beads, yarn, and a salad bowl. And it was a lot of it was made by another person that helped me do it, but they had never even seen the movie. And so I was like, I need to make this. And they were like, okay. I was like, I have $30. Can we do it? And they're like, yeah, we can do it. And we did. And people loved it. So I made this panel called From Garbage to Gauntlets. And and Taro has been on it. And it basically is like how to do cosplay on a budget. And this was back before it was super popular to do cosplay on a budget. But it was like, I would just show people like cheap crap that I made that looked nice and fine, and was like, you too can be whatever you want to be, even if you hot glue a salad bowl to your head. Like, it's fine, you can do it. It's gonna be, you got to start somewhere.
There was a comment from in my chat from Anquo that says art is expression, and yes, they are experiences you'll never have again. And yes, I mean that's the root of it. But how often does the audience recognize the uniqueness of that experience? And I think that's
the
yeah.
I was going to say, I think to me, well, and first of all, to clarify, what Tara was saying is, remember Chipbag Hairbow Girl? She still comes to squee at me at cons because of Garbage Gauntlets. And I don't remember the specific experience, but was it, Tara also made me these kawaii potato. We could talk about kawaii potato. She made these little beanbag potatoes. And one year I decided, because I had a bunch of crap that I wanted to get rid of, so I gave out these bags at the end of the panel and I threw them out to people, and one of them had a magical bacon that I made. It's a piece of shiny fake bacon, and if you won the magical bacon, you got a prize. And we could keep talking about this for 5 hours. I don't want to lose the topic, but we even had like the beanbag potatoes and stuff that we've done. Like, we gave out a potato to this kid once, and it made its own Facebook. And I was like in an escape room years later, and this person came out to introduce themselves as the host of the escape room, and they were like in their little costume, and they're talking and stuff, and looked directly at me and went, "Koi potato," and I was like, "Oh my god." This is happening.
I apologize, Anque. I mispronounced your name. Thanks for letting me know how to pronounce it, Anque. And there was a follow-up. Art can be life. Life can be art. Yeah. We've been having this conversation for 4 hours now.
A long time.
It doesn't feel like that. I mean, when we get into it, it's just like when I get into these conversations with folks who are creative, it doesn't feel like time is passing. You know, I'm looking at the clock and I'm going, we started at 7 o'clock and it's now 11:45.
It's like 11.
And I'm just, it doesn't feel like that.
Coming back to what you were saying, you know, how often does the audience understand the uniqueness of that situation? I think that's the anticipatory, for what I can tell from what I've noticed. I like recently I've had to process a great deal of trauma. I've been very ill and had a lot of problems, and I have all these friends who are with me, like I did Atomic Falls, and I'm like, man, I don't know what the fuck is going to come out of my body, something. And people have expectations, not necessarily of what I'm going to do, but that I'm going to do something. And so for me, I was very concerned because I want them to have a good experience. I don't want to have a bad experience. But I also know that from what I was told by these people who've known me for years, they're like, look, we never know just exactly what you're going to do, but we know it's going to be crazy and weird and we're going to love it. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the anticipation of it. It's like we were talking about the Clockwork Doll. I've done that performance 5 or 6 times. And the next time I do it, which will happen eventually again someday, there's new parts to it that the people that have seen it and seen like the little video and stuff I made, they don't know the new parts. So I could tell them, oh, I'm doing the doll again, but there's new stuff. And they'll be like, oh, they'd watch the same song with the same thing happen just in the anticipation of that new thing they don't know. And that's why I've been evolving more into putting more illusions and stuff. I have a dance that's was for Halloween, and it was Grim Fairy Tales. And it spawned out of the fact that I had a whole other dance set up, but it required a very specific costume piece that I purchased from another artisan and did not get in the amount of time that I was supposed to get it in, which is whatever. So I went, oh shit, I'm going to have to redo everything. And I have like 2.5 weeks. And I took a song I'd been wanting to do stuff to for a long time, and then I just started making illusion pieces. And nobody knew what was going to happen. They just knew I was going to do something really crazy. And then after it happened, they were like, wow. Yeah. So I don't think that I think the appeal is they think every time is going to be different and unique. So
Tarot Artist says, but Suzy, I feel like you struggle with the impermanence of your art when it's time to discuss viability, because people always want something to take home.
It's true. I mean, if you're a dildo-smith and you sell the experience of the dildo, you still have the dildo, like you're buying the dildo. If you are the tarot artist and you make jewelry and cards and the fucking 1,000 things that you make, people are buying a piece of you, and it's quantifiable. You could talk about marketing, you could talk about your time, you could talk about how much your time is worth. I flop my bits around in a spooky way. There ain't nobody taking shit home. Like, it's the same as a band though. So what I've been doing recently is like, and I have those people out there, like, it helps me support other artists too, because I have these 2 people that do graphics for me, and one of them, she's like, Suzy, you have to make stickers. People love stickers. And I was like, man, all right, cool. I like stickers back in the day. She's like, you have to make stickers. And I did. And people love stickers. They just love them. Yeah. It's not me dancing. It's her art that she made. But it's them saying, whenever the time comes for the experience, we're about it. Also make more weird shit. We bought your stickers. You know what I mean?
Or it's their opportunity to remember. They have this thing that has a memory attached to it that allows them to connect back with that experience.
I never thought about that. That does seem right though. I mean, it is. It's like, I asked someone once, why do we get autographs? Like, I used to get autographs of all these cool goth bands, and they're like, you have this this anchor to this moment in time. It's like nowadays we take a selfie every 10 seconds or whatever. So, or
Right.
some people do. So you have 1,000 of those and it's become sort of different. But when you have, that poster that you got signed at AmphiFest 2015 in Germany or whatever, like that's a thing, and you're going to have it on your wall or in your memory box or whatever it is.
I had the chance to I've seen Eddie Izzard perform
Dang.
3 or 4 times. And last time he was in Tulsa, we stood outside and I had the chance to take a selfie with Eddie Izzard. And, I still have that on my phone. And it reminds me of that moment, that night, and that chance that it's something that it's performance art. It's whatever, but it's a moment in time. And I referenced this documentary that I saw about Chris Burden, but that was kind of the point of what he was doing, which was that it referenced a point in time that could never be created again.
Right.
And you have, the objects, whatever it is, whether it's a ticket stub or a sticker or whatever, it gives you an anchor point, but you will never have that moment again.
And I think for me, we were talking about viability earlier, and we're talking about,
and I'm going to come back to that,
capitalism and all that stuff.
Yeah.
For me, it is like, okay, how do I, because I want to live a life surrounded by a community cultivated of people who accept and love me for who I am and what I do. And I want to live and have a great time and do whatever. And everyone's like, of course you have to, buckle down and do the things that feed you and pay your bills. And in a sense, yes, I do. I'm exploring as many avenues as possible to still be happy and myself and pay my bills and eat.
Yeah.
But also, when you are an experience as opposed to a product, when my human self, whatever the fuck this is, my whatever self is this product, it is not always necessarily quantifiable. And so that's what Tara was talking about earlier too. How do you take away from whatever it is that I do?
That impermanence. I love that word, impermanence. Yeah.
Right. I love it. It's something I've struggled with a lot, because now, crafting for you is exciting, because then I'm like, somebody's going to have the thing that I made. And that's exciting. Mm-hmm. I like that a lot. There are a lot of costumers and stuff. Like, I know how to make fangs and stuff. I'm not a fangsmith. I know how to sew. I am not a seamstress. I know how to sculpt. I can't say I'm a sculptor. All these things, I can do all these things, but there are so many artists and stuff I know, like the girl that makes hoof shoes. Same thing you do. Concept, idea, concept, design, experimentation, production, money. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I flap my butt cheeks on stage sometimes with chains around me.
The thing
Buy
is
my
that,
stickers? I don't know.
I think of, we're going to have to talk about this at length some other time, but I see products attached to that. And those are the things that allow you. Okay. And I want to make this kind of clear. I
have a merch store too now, by the way. Just
that merchandise products, physical objects allow you to continue to do what you do. Mm-hmm. And there is nothing wrong with selling the products that represent what you do. And I'm going to come back around to budget and viability, because I think that's important. And this is where the capitalist in me comes in. And capitalism is not bad. Capitalism, how do I put this? Capitalism is the exchange of a value for value. And that just means that somebody is getting something and they're giving you something in return. And all that means is that we're both getting value out of it. And that's where I come from when I talk about capitalism. And when we talk about the viability of art and the budget of art, it really is a matter of connecting that. How much do you put into it versus what are you going to get out of it on the back end? And for me, that's really easy math. I can, there's some fuzzy parts, I can tell you that for every 100,000 views on TikTok, I'm going to make X number of dollars. And it's not a hard and fast rule, but it's enough of
it's quantifiable.
It's quantifiable. And I know that if I put out enough videos on TikTok, that I'm going to end up making enough money. That not necessarily because I'm going to get rich, but that I am going to be able to have the opportunity to do what I do going forward. And that's when I talk about viability and budget and making sure that what you do has the staying power, the ability to propagate into the future so that you can continue to do what you do.
I would love, and I'm pushing for that more now, especially because like we were talking about earlier with your friend having the hip replacements at 30, basically.
Yeah.
Like what I do also is, I've seen 80-year-old pole dancers, so I'm trying not to think that the future is an axe coming down upon me, but the future is an axe coming down upon me.
Yeah.
And so there's going to be a time where I don't do point anymore because you don't do point anymore. But I have the merch store, and what's great about those kinds of things is for me, it's also other artists helping. So I'm helping them by feeding them, and then they give me the thing that feeds me or whatever, and we're all a great community. Same with Amavidi. Now I'm like, I have friends that they do the BDSM stuff and the scenes, and they have people that do the little Tupperware parties, and they're like, cool thing I saw. We're all here sharing together. But I think in the past, one of my biggest issues, like I had a Redbubble 1,000 years ago, and I tried to do it myself because I didn't have the money to invest in, getting a graphic designer and all these things. I had these photos, and they were not great. They existed, but they weren't great. And I tried to Photoshop them myself with free Photoshop. I just didn't, it wasn't quality. The things that were out there, like there's a couple of things still out there, but it was my first try at having like something I did from start to finish. So these are all, we're still talking about trades, graphic design, typography, all the things you were saying before. It's a skill. It's a skill set. And my skill set is not those things half the time. So now I'm getting better. I've got a merch store. I have better concepts of graphic design. But all the things I've ever done, I've taught myself, and I do almost everything myself, all of it, video editing, costume design, choreography, all the physical training, marketing, my website. Like I do all of that. I don't have Kuntz's team to do all the stuff. Now, let me just clarify. Taro is like my Twitch lady, and she keeps me hip and with it for the kids nowadays. And I love her to death, and she helps me all the time with that kind of stuff. But it's the same as you or anybody being like, how do you mix these pigments together? We all ask each other and we're all like, how the fuck does this work? And we try to do it ourselves and do the best we can with what we have. And I'm hoping that going forward into the future, like I have a tank top with my graphic on it now. Never has happened before. Super cute. I actually just put decals on my car that have my old Spectre Vision logo from my old YouTube show. And I'm like, oh, that's good. I'm an adult. Well, look at me. I'm cute now. I have like a wrap or whatever. So I'm hoping that going into the future, I'm making better steps forward to become more viable monetarily. But I mostly just try to remember, in essence, I did all of it to make myself happy.
Yeah.
I do the dancing and the weirdness and the creepiness and this even. The broadcasting is not a thing that I did. I never knew how to do any of that. I didn't know about OBS. I taught myself how to do all this. Anybody can, really. It's just a matter of how much do you want to do it?
The word is called the word is autodidactyl. It's autodidactyl.
Yes.
And it's the skill of teaching yourself something, is that you're going to, and this is a part of me, is that I love teaching myself. I love diving into the process. I love diving into the materials and all of those things. I want to come back to your chat. I love your chat because they're so involved. But
I know, I love my people. I love them so much. They keep me alive.
There's Celtic Bat that says, I saw Eddie Izzard in Fort Smith, Arkansas. I could have talked to him, but I was shy. Yeah. Eddie Izzard, I've talked to him a couple of times. Like I said, I've seen him like 4 times. I saw him in Boston and he did a talk back afterward outside of the theater. And then I saw him here in Tulsa at the Brady. And he was... he did a session afterward outside, and he just walked the line and did selfies with people and talked to them. George actually asked him a couple of questions about how do you prepare yourself for those kind of performances and things like that. And they were great conversations. So, it's, you may be shy and you may have that reservation about talking to that person. And the one thing I want to tell you is that they are people too, and there's so much of this about, I talked about, having an impact on somebody in 5th grade. I talked about having a conversation with it was probably a 30-second conversation with Eddie Izzard in 7 years ago. So 2014. George had a conversation with him. All of these things are things that happen with human beings. And these are all things that I guess what I'm trying to say is that we put these people on pedestals and we put them into these frames that we think that they are. They're just as screwed up as we are. And
I
I
used to work Dragon Con a lot, or I'd be there a lot. And I remember I was opening for a band once, which was one of the cool things I ever got to do in my life. And they said, do you have any drunk Kevin Sorbo stories? And I was like, I do actually have some drunk Kevin Sorbo stories. That's very odd that you'd ask me that. And they're like, no, it's really not, because Kevin Sorbo gets drunk and he does some dumb shit. And it just kind of reminds me all the time. Like I have a lot of social anxiety and insecurity and stuff, just like everybody else. And I think that that's a big part of it. It's almost not that they're this mythical being, but that you are going to be a complete idiot. And that has happened to me in front of LeVar Burton. LeVar Burton was one of those people that I will never
the experience I had talking to LeVar Burton, I still wake up in a sweat about it. It was not okay. But I do know for a fact that even meeting tarot artists when I first moved here, because I had been, and we had kind of talked about that before, like I had been through probably the most traumatic time in my whole life. Somebody tried to take my life and it was a lot, but I was a shell human. I was like devoid, or I guess aloof is more of a word.
Well, yeah.
So I was like, I couldn't human. And Spectre became the way for me to just freakishly human. And it was like trying to run, and I would fall a lot. It was, or like I always tell people, it's like hang gliding, but you're running as well on the ground, and you sometimes you trip and you're like,
but you're still going forward.
And so I feel like in those experiences, it's important to try. And at least, like, this is what I always tell people. You have two options. You try or you don't. And for me, especially being neurotic and having like obsessive thoughts, I will obsess over what would have happened if I had tried. So I just try, because otherwise I don't talk about it. I don't think about it. Just do it. Just do it. So, but it's hard. It can be really hard. And, you know, I like that a lot. I like pushing myself to have these experiences. I mean, that's what I did today. I was like, yeah, fuck it. I make dildos. Thanks, internet. There you go.
Yep.
Taro's like, Suzy, they like toys and sex. You just do it. It's like, fine, I'm doing it. I'm going to do it. But
so to finish the thought that Celtic Bat put up, which is, I was wearing a full-length leather skirt at the time. Clothing it does not have gender. I think that's a reference to Eddie Izzard and how, geez, I hope I'm not gonna mess up the pronouns. Forgive me if I mess up the pronouns, because I don't know what pronouns Eddie Izzard is using today. But you're right. Clothing does not have a gender. I love the concept of playing with gender and playing with the concepts and the perspectives and the expectations of people and how they expect you to present yourself. And like David Bowie, I love the way that David Bowie just fucked with people's heads. And, you know, oh God, what was it? I can't remember the name of the lead singer of Judas Priest.
Right.
Again, you know, he was presenting this very metal type of personality, but he was drawing from the leather community, and he was part of and identified, I hope I am not putting words in his mouth, but he identified with the leather community and that gay part of the leather community. And it wasn't until much later that we figured out that he was gay. And I mean, I absolutely agree with you that clothing does not have gender. I think that gender is a construct. That I think that the way that people expect you to present yourself and the way that people expect you to act has to do with their expectations and their perspectives, not anything to do with you.
I've had a lot of interesting experiences with crossplay, and that's a separate thing in itself. But it's funny because when I very first explored it, because of the way that I think in a spectrum way, I never thought to myself, I'm doing drag. I was personifying bodily an entity, an archetype, a character.
Yeah.
I never thought of course, if I was, Sebastian from Black Butler, I am, well, I mean, it's probably not a great example because who knows? He's Sebastian is a demon and has no gender. But the point is that the idea is you look inherently male and you act inherently male and you have an inherently male voice. And so I would do those things, and I loved doing it because this hair is basically like me as a person. And covering it up has put me into some very interesting experiences because all of a sudden it's like Suzy disappears and the blonde is gone. And it's so funny because I would walk up to people I have known for almost a decade, and I would say or do weird things and they'd be like, oh, who are you? And I'd be like, it's Suzy. And they're like, oh, I love that. I love that. But it's funny to me because I never thought about it being, I put that much detail work into it. I would love to have a chest. They have those fake chests now. God, people have really stepped up their game. But like, even we were talking about earlier, like when I'm in the bathroom, if I'm in full security gear, my hair is pulled up, people just look at you like, what is it? And when I was younger, I was very much emotionally destroyed by that all the time because I was picked on and I had a lot of problems. I was at the DMV once, I still remember this, and they're like, this guy was like, sir, because I had a leather jacket and I had my hair pulled back and I had my shitty gigantic sunglasses, and I was just like, I'm at the DMV, my jeans, my giant combat boots. I'm also 6'1" and I have the shoulders of a linebacker. And it was like 30 people all looked at me and I was like, you mean me? And he went, I am so sorry. And I was like, it's okay. But like now, I don't know, I like it. Because I want them to look at me and be like, not that I want them to look at me, but when they do look at me and they're like, what is it? I'm like, yes, what is it? What is it? I don't know. I have a different perspective on it. But I also have to remember, we all have to remember that constructs aside, we're talking about deprogramming people, and that's not something that happens in a day, and it's not something that happens. It is happening on a grander scale. People are forgetting shit that happened in the 70s. They're like, oh, everything's so oppressive, and I'm like, it sucks. It's getting better. You just don't. It's Mary's room. You don't have the concept of knowing like how shitty it was like 20 years ago, or less, or more. But anyway, I digress.
So okay, I'm catching up on your chat. Rob Halford, yes. That was the name I was trying to remember. Rob Halford, the lead singer of Judas Priest. That was really Holy Joe that was saying that.
Yes.
I'm horrible with names. But tarot artist once again was saying, I need a mentor in that regard. I have good words and good arts, but like I need capitalism classes.
Dude, and here's the thing though, Tarot like does some quality shit, and she's cool like you on the internet, or she makes a TikTok and like 50 billion people look at it or whatever. I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, I honestly don't, because half the time I put out a picture and I'm psychotically, unhealthily looking at how many people looked at it and trying to quantify that mathematically. Like, did they go to my website? Did you go to my website? Did you click on my Amavidi link? Did you click on the link? My link that's taking me to the website, and you guys just poop out art and people buy it. So
okay, I want to tell you something. I did an experiment yesterday, and this is on TikTok, so take it for what it is. But I posted a video that I had posted 12 days ago. Okay, so I reposted a video on TikTok that was 12 days old, with no hashtags, nothing attached to it. It has gotten 6,000 views. Now, the video that I posted, I want to make sure, the video that I posted the day before has 5,000 views. So I actually have a video that has no hashtags, nothing about it connects to any community, and it has more views than the video I posted the day before of a very similar style. Again, the only thing I can post on TikTok is poor videos because of their terms of service and blah, blah, blah. But 4,800 versus 6,100. You know, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I had 13 different hashtags on that video, and it got 4,800 views. The video that I posted that had no hashtags got 6,000 views.
It's kind of like, I always call it the PewDiePie, I just lost it, Jacksepticeye effect. Jacksepticeye was a very angry boy in a cabin somewhere yelling at video games. And one day PewDiePie went, haha, this guy's funny. Jacksepticeye, he's in a fucking movie with Ryan Reynolds now. Okay, that's great. He's a cool guy. Like, I like his content. But for me, and that's one thing we were talking about earlier, like with nudity and empowerment and exploring all these things, there are posts that I can make that are these long drawn out comments and statements about, you know, empowerment and whatever else, and like there's science, and that people are like, oh, this is dope, and like 3 people will look at it, and then I'll post a picture of half a butt cheek and it's got like 15 billion likes or whatever. Yeah. Or a picture of my dog. It also has to do with saturation. Tara always says once you follow somebody on TikTok, you don't see them anymore, and that's kind of a thing, you know, because you're not looking at, you know, you have to like actively go and look to see what's there. But it all has to do with, I think, I mean, that's part of marketing research. When is a peak time to do this? Who's going to pick this up? You know, what's going to happen? But you're always going to have those little nuggets. I had no idea. I think I have one that's viral. Somebody said, right? Because it's over 10,000 or something. But it's literally just me showing off Star Wars armor for 5 seconds. That's why there's that many people that looked at it, because it was the, you know, hashtag Star Wars Stormtrooper boobs or whatever the fuck. But, you know, in essence, your poor video with no hashtags, somebody probably shared it one day, and then everyone went, oh shit, this is amazing. And then,
I mean, there are a lot of variables that are going to be very difficult to tease out, but, you know, that was posted yesterday. And so, you know, it's, chances are, yes, it's possible that somebody reposted it and shared it and whatever. But it was exactly the same video that I posted 12 days earlier. And actually, I'm going to pull up that video because I'm curious now how many videos. Okay. The same video posted 12 days earlier had 2,700 views. Now, ultimately, and we can dive into social media and what it means and all those kind of things, but what that tells me is that social media is not under our control. It is under the control of the algorithms, and it is under the control of something that we cannot influence.
I mean, it's not for our benefit. And SEO, for those of you who don't know about marketing and research and all that kind of stuff and haven't watched The Social Network or whatever it is, SEO, like, there's math to it, but it's always used to benefit that company to make money. Google, for example, you can pay money for your stuff to hit harder and higher. I actually went through the beginning of this year and redid a bunch of stuff I had just to make it more visible. I never wanted to. It made me feel kind of gross in the beginning, but I was like, all right, I'm going to start thinking of this more in a business sense. In a, you know, I gave up my soul a tiny bit, but one of the biggest things that you see all the time, like with what you have, especially your hashtags, is oversaturation. Because for me, I mean, the idea of a hashtag is that you would go and say, gosh, like I started doing a pole dance class and I was like, I'm going to look up some dope ass pole dance stuff on TikTok. Mm-hmm. And so I just went and typed the word pole dancer. So anytime somebody has a hashtag that says pole dancer, it's going to appear. And, you know, there's like a gajillion of them. And of course, the top ones are going to be the ones that people have clicked on the most, but also algorithmically, they're going to be the ones that have been clicked on the most that also cater demographically to me. And with you, especially with this company, one of the biggest issues with social media is fucking sesta-fosta laws and conservative people that are angry about things that look like a peen and whatever else. And the idea of being blacklisted just for showing a peen, you know. And I get that.
Hey, let me clarify. You said showing a peen. I don't show any.
That's true. You don't.
Everything I show is not even realistic. Like we said, representational versus realistic. What I show is not anything that should cause anybody any concern. There's nothing titillating about it, but you mentioned it, and I think you're kind of referencing a conversation we had today, is that I was blacklisted by Facebook so that I can't run any ads on Facebook. I can't even put a Facebook pixel on my website. And that's purely because they don't like people having sex. I mean, yeah, like we want to think of it in the personal way, but it's literally the same as cannabis. It's easier for them. They don't have to put effort into just like, fuck it. There's too many variables. We don't want to get arrested and sued for this. Sesta-fosta laws, bam. And like, it feels more personal when it's something that's inhibiting you, especially inhibiting you. Like the idea of social media is they make money off of us. And so we're, you know, trying to make money off of them, which they also make money off of. When you can't do that because they don't agree with what content you have, it's very annoying. And for those of you who don't know what sesta-fosta is, let me just give you a couple of sentences. Imagine you're a sex worker in Vegas and you say, I'm a dirty little slut on the internet. That word slut will get you blacklisted from the sex work industry in Vegas, which is a big deal. Will get you blacklisted from whatever website you're on, and you'll get flagged, and it'll say this person has committed hate crimes and is trying to perpetuate sex trafficking. Not the I'm a consensual adult who's in a standardized program that requires screening and I've done this consensually of my own volition and I have my own webcams and my own websites. Their statement is what they have done to this person who said the word slut is preventing the kidnap and the horrifying slave use of people from other countries and Americans alike who are being taken against their will and put into dirty places and just, murdered basically for use. Without us going into a 30-hour conversation about this, because I'll get a little lit about it, my burlesque performer friends in, Spa City can't show sometimes pictures of them in their pasties because it's going to get blacklisted because of sesta-fosta laws for nudity and inappropriate content. Is this preventing what they say it is? I don't think so. I mean, I have my own perspectives, but
if I show this on the internet, are we preventing sex trafficking right now? No, but you can't show this on TikTok.
Are we causing sex trafficking? Sunny Megatron on TikTok today had a really interesting conversation. It was a 3-minute post, but she had some really interesting comments about that. I'm not going to dive into it because, like you said, we could have a 30-hour conversation about it. But the bottom line is that the carve-outs that were created for sex, and let me rephrase, the carve-outs that were created for sex education and for bodily autonomy and for reproductive rights are getting curtailed by the Sesta Fosta laws. And again, I mean, we could have a whole conversation about that, and I don't want to get into it, but there's so much there that you can dive into. I wanted to come back around because somebody had something. Rob Halford. Iraq Reacts had something about
El yeah.
Oh,
it does look
El-Ract.
like an eye though.
Yep.
It does look like an
Had a comment. Oh my God, there's so many comments here that I can't keep up with them.
No, yeah, it's okay. I'm keeping up with some of it just by
Okay.
typing, but
Yeah.
so we're good.
Okay.
That says, Tara says she's been banned from groups. We knew this because she just, I don't know, like 1,000 people try to add her to groups. But Bat says, I don't see myself as a cross-dresser. I look for style and comfort. Women's styles tend to be more attractive and fun, but just as a straight male, I don't. But as a straight male, I don't hide who I am. I wear kilts and skids blouses. Yes, that's why I thought you were amazing. And I really liked your style. And then we hung out that time. Actually, we met in a BDSM education class at Atomic Falls. So it's exciting.
Awesome.
I called you out.
Yeah. My personal, I don't want to get too far into my family because, family is personal, but I have trans folks who are in my family. And what that means is that I grew up in a world where I understood that gender is a construct, that gender is something that we put on each other as our perspectives of who they are. And so, whether it's a kilt or a skirt or a blouse or a shirt, these are all things that have no gender unto themselves, but we as Americans or whatever, we try to gender these things that have no gender inherently. And even oh my God, we can go into language, but the English language does not gender specific nouns like French or Spanish or other languages.
All the Romance languages.
That genderize certain words because of whatever article they put in front of it. But yeah,
fucking Latin derivative shit.
Right?
Oppressive. No. It sucks because gender construct is part of it too. Like, the reason we did this stream and the reason that I'm excited about telling my friends about what's happening is because in this specific industry, in this specific demographic of things that we are doing, we fight incredible odds in order to just talk about the shit that we want to talk about. We want to make memes. I love the meme that says masturbation will never break your heart, but Sesta Fosta Laws is like, did you just say masturbation?
Right.
I don't know about that. And so it's just annoying because it's like, all right, this is one of my favorites. So I have an OnlyFans, and last night when I was at the Tulsa New Dark show, I was trying to type a thing that was like, is where we're forced to adhere to constructs, so such and such. We always feel like you're being told you have to be a certain way, and I'm saying you don't have to be a certain way, drink blood, light fires, do art. It said that I couldn't post that post because of the words forced, which was blocked, and blood. Those 2 words were blocked on OnlyFans. You can say 1,000 other things that I'm not even going to say right now about every orifice and every piece of your body and every piece of your body going into an orifice, but don't you dare say the word blood. Do not say. No.
There has been,
and it's like, what the fuck?
There has been a big conversation on TikTok because you cannot say Black Lives Matter on TikTok. The word black causes the system to freak out and block the whatever you're posting. But you can put a lot of other things that are disgusting in there. But if you say Black Lives Matter, that causes problems. So, I mean, yeah, we can. I don't want to dive into that because there's a whole quagmire.
I was gonna say man, just all of it, and it's all algorithmic, but also situational. It's like YouTube. You're talking about stuff that the last time I checked, it was like 300 hours a minute. Like, how is it? It's not humanly possible to keep up with that, to screen all of it. So they're like, okay, we got to do something, because in certain countries like China, for example, if you have a website, you have to have a government, like the government requires that you have a person that screens your website at all times who is responsible for the content of your website, which means if for some reason one day you post something and it makes the government look bad, that guy and probably a lot of your company, you going to jail, friend, and you're not going to have a good time. And they literally have that on there specifically to make sure information is controlled in the way that they want. But with what we do and what is happening here, same thing, just huge scale. And we don't have the guy sitting dedicated to all of it. So they're like, fuck, what do? We gotta put like laws into place. And then, every Facebook, Instagram, OnlyFriends, whatever the fuck it is, everybody has terms of service. Twitch has terms of service, and they're gonna have their own rules. And it's like, so I tell people all the time, I'm a security officer, not the police, which I love. I'm private security all the way. Yep. I've done private security at the kink parties. Like, I'm just a contractor. But the point is that people are like, oh yeah, this door says I can't bring my gun in here, and I'm going to bring my gun in here. And I'm like,
no, you're not.
It's a rule. I was going to say, well, and that's the thing. It's not a law, but it's a rule. And here's the deal. This is a private place. And if you don't want to shop here, you don't want to give your money to these people, go somewhere else. But I have a thing that says I can take a gun into a courthouse if I want to. Am I going to mess with the G4S guy at the door about it? Nah, it's not worth it. Same thing with the internet. I mean, it sucks that
some of these boundaries that we end up bumping against are so arbitrary. Xi Jinping, who is the Prime Minister of China, happens to have a passing resemblance to Winnie the Pooh. And you, in China, you cannot refer to Winnie the Pooh because of the connection with this prime minister. So, when we have a company who is based in China, which the company who owns TikTok happens to be, we start running up against those boundaries, and they're so arbitrary. Geez,
I mean,
I don't want to get into that. Yeah.
I was gonna say, if you think about it, like that's how Hello Kitty exists. I know that seems like a segue, but it's really not. In Japan, you couldn't have phallic anything. So
Mhm.
sex toys looked like dolphins and beavers and weird frogs and whatever
If you've
else.
ever seen Japanese porn, it's all fuzzed out. It's all, it's all got
I
that
know
blockiness.
the writer of Berserk died recently, but he said once, if you read Berserk, I haven't read all of it, but I've read a great deal, and I have to put it away sometimes because it'll make you, it's like watching Darren Aronofsky to try to be uplifted. That's not a thing. But like, he said, if you look at the first part of what he wrote, he had sections where they'd be standing up and washing the hair or doing whatever, and there's a section where there's no penis. It was just a blank space. And he's like, over the years, I just got a little more bold. And I just put like a little bit more shading in there. A little bit more. Because it was illegal and you weren't allowed to do it.
Yeah.
Of course, here people are like, we're repressed. I mean, we are, but not like that, and it's just a lot. Just navigating all this is crazy, but that's why we're here talking about this kind of stuff on the internet. And Amavidi is, I think, definitely worth talking about and showing places. It's just sad that we can't do it the way that I want to do it, so that we can, so you can enjoy all of our artists and things.
We're at 12:30 now. So, I've kind of been running at this for quite a while.
We're going to have to reel it in.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to wrap it up soon.
I did have
but
one. So
I am kind of curious, did you have any questions for me? Are there any topics that you wanted to bring up?
This whole time was about asking you about stuff, and we never did. What was it? AMA? Ask me anything.
Yeah, I mean, part of this is just having a conversation, but part of it is also about, you having an opportunity to ask me anything you want. We've hit on a lot of different topics, but if there's, was there anything that you wanted to come back around to and touch on?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, there was a fun story in chat, but was apparently this guy. It said, "Where's LRAC? Dang it, I skipped it." Basically, I guess this guy left his locker unlocked and went on leave. Some dude didn't lock his locker, and when he went on leave, so he put a squeaky toy that was in the shape of the male anatomy, and for the rest of deployment, he was dildo guy.
Yeah.
And he actually did say something that we could talk about for a second. And I know that this is sardonic, so just keep that in mind. But it says all other real adult toys were pricey. So in your new job, can you manufacture more affordable products for the working man? We did talk about price point a lot whenever I was discussing this, because when it comes to investment, especially for sexual wellness and happiness, there are a lot of significant investments involved in artisan items, and one of the reasons that the price point is at a lot of the types that there are, which is actually more affordable than other ones that we've seen. We're talking about something that is handcrafted. The design involved is insane. If you guys have been listening to us, we've been talking about this since 7. And the care and research and quality of the product and time spent, and it's a unique item that no one else will ever have. They're not mold injected. Each one of these, anytime you look at a picture of something on the website, a human being spent the time, did the math, one person stirred everything together and poured it into a mold that they also designed. We're talking about, again, design, construction, design, concept, construction, production. So each one of these things is a handcrafted, made just for you item. And I think, the price point is absolutely affordable and, for what it is. In fact, the customizable options are more affordable than other places, which was by design, because the idea is we're giving you something incredibly quality and also very high end, but also for the working man. So
Yeah.
and if you think about it, the working guy or gal or non-binary pal, as the statement says, could also be in the SW business. And so when you got to buy lots of toys, or you're trying to do reviews or create content or whatever else it is, this is a fantastic price point for that. So yeah, we talked about that a lot because that's a big deal to me too. I mean,
one of the things I want to kind of touch on, if you're looking for something that is affordable, that for the working man, so to speak, there is a, and I hope you don't mind, I'm going to shout out another company. There is a company called Funkit, and it's funkit.com. They have their no frills dough, and it is, I'll pull it
I
up
forgot
here in a
about no
moment.
frills dough. I forgot about that.
Yeah. It is one of those things that is intended to be a affordable no frills dough. Oops. No frill dough. There's no S in it. No frill dough.
I was gonna say I forgot about that.
I mean, they are, oh my God, the small is $16. The large is $40. So, you can have something that is body safe, that is handcrafted, and that you can use and know that it's not going to hurt you for $16.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have the dough, DOH, the dough, and I charge about $40
I have
for
the
that.
ghost dough because
Yes, you
I
do.
literally I can't think ahead about things. I actually didn't. Well, I didn't know that I was going to be keeping this one, but anyway, the point is,
Yeah. But you can find, and I say you can find, but from $16 to $24 to $40, that is inexpensive when it comes to a handcrafted toy that is not going to harm you. We haven't gotten into the phthalates, and I kind of exaggerate that, but PHTHALATES, phthalates. Those are things that are going to be bad for your body. When you're looking at jelly toys, they have a tendency to use materials in them that tend to release other chemicals along the way, which means that they are somewhat, I don't want to use the word toxic because that is probably inaccurate, but people often find that they have problems using toys with phthalates. And finding something that's made out of platinum pure silicone is, probably one of the best things you can do for yourself. Yes, we do charge a certain amount for what we do. That helps defray the cost of development and experiments and all of the things that
and
you
research and testing and quality control, and I mean,
and I'm going to say that what we charge is probably a fair price. $60 for a toy that is hand poured I think is a fair price. I'm not out to get rich. I want to make sure that people have the opportunity to use a toy that is safe, that is not going to hurt them, that they're going to use it and enjoy it and not have to worry about, is it going to fall out of the harness? Is it going to get sucked up into my butt because of, poor design or whatever? All of these things are thought about before we actually release them.
it's literally, and that's what I keep telling people. mold. I keep talking about mold injection because if you watch like documentaries, they have a how it's made for dildos, and I've seen some things. And if you want to get a Doc Johnson anything, that's still fine. But what you are getting from what we are doing is exhaustive amounts of neurotic research. What is safe for the body?
Yeah.
What does the body look like? Where are the parts of the body that we have to touch? What are colors that are not oppressive to the eye? How can we name this so that it makes you feel warm and happy and squishy inside? What kind of geometric shapes are good for you? How much silicone do we need of this silicone and this silicone and this silicone and this temperature? I mean, I could sit here and talk. We've been talking about this since 7. We have touched nothing. We have touched nothing. You know nothing. We can still sit here and talk about this for another 20 hours. You have a blog or you have a stream every Sunday. But the point is that what you are getting from Amavidi is actually, if you think about it, it's an experience. It's kind of an intangible experience. You are getting this item that has colors and the fully customizable options. You can go in there, you can pick your firmness, you can pick your shape, you can pick your colors. You know, it's like, I always tell people, it's like, oh, it's the gift that keeps on giving. It's the most unique gift that you can give someone. But you're also getting neurotically passionate experience and research, and you're getting myself or my new amazing boss, I guess, and also people like Rowan, the 3 of us being the ones who are the ones doing this. We're not a factory. We are just 3 peeps trying to make peas.
The funny thing is, I don't know that I've ever said this on my stream or anything else, is that as I think about it, we have a cis het male, we have a cis female, we have a trans woman, we have a non-binary, we have a lot of perspectives that have the opportunity to put their perspective into the process. And I don't know if this matters, but we have POC females as well. But these are all people who are involved in the process and can give their perspectives. And every time that we release a product, it has been, how do I put this? It has gone through the hands of every one of those kinds of people. And so I think there are a lot of perspectives that go into it. And earlier we were talking about, what does the audience not see? And people don't know about all the things that, people don't know about, the fact that we're involving folks from the trans community, that we're involving folks who are non-binary, that we're involving folks who don't want to have something that looks realistic. And, all of these people are involved in the process. So, yeah.
Tara says you're a sex toy boutique, and I agree. I remember we had talked about this at length as well. I think if you think about it, so I have this funny thing I do when I'm on traveling. I tried to do it the other day and it didn't work. I was very disappointed. But if you go to like the seedy truck stop bathroom and they have the weird, like, put in 75 cents and you'll get the little, the tickler, the French tickler or whatever it is. I always buy those, and just to see what comes out of those things. And I have taken some horrifying pictures of the shit that's come out of there. I would never put a packet of lube that came out of one of those things anywhere near my body, but I will take pictures of it and put it on the internet. But like, whenever I think about sex toys, like my first experience with those kinds of things, you get that kind of feel sometimes in some of the shops and places you've been where it's the weird old seedy dirty truck stop bathroom. And what we do, I feel, is more, it's more of an experience. It's personal, it's intimate, it's like accepting and very comfortable, I guess for me is the word. It's comfortable. You're like, okay, well, we're gonna talk about this. And again, like you said, it's not, and again, if you like veins and stuff, cool, that's dope. But this is more of it's conceptual art for your orifices.
Well, we were talking about this afternoon is, I always, when I started Amavidi, when I started, I wanted to do a retail location. And when I envisioned it, what I was thinking about was something more of a showroom, not your usual adult toy store that has fluorescent light and it's all really bright and everything. I wanted to do something that was a little bit more, on the one hand, it's going to be more intimate, but on the other hand, it's going to be more artistic, that you see showcases, not walls of product, and that each product, a Metropole, is going to have its own pedestal, so to speak, its own pedestal to show what it is. The Saturnalia, the Parabolica, each one of them is going to have their own pedestal that you can look at and say, I love that design. I love that coloration, whatever it might be. And that it would end up being something that is designed, that you get to choose the shape and then we can customize it to you, as opposed to going into your local toy store that is fluorescently lit and has pegboards of 75 different dildos. And
that or is going to cost you like $70, $80, $90 for something that, first of all, can't return, but also has been mold injected and mass produced. And so I'll never forget, I bought I guess this is kind of a personal story, but it's funny. I bought my own toy at a shop on I accidentally bought it. It was a tax-free weekend or something. It was like a sale. They had a sale or something, and I was like, oh, these are on sale, they're great. Well, yes, they were, and I paid a significant amount, and then they broke like immediately. And I was like, fuck, how do you call the store? And you're like, tried it, and it didn't work out. But it's it's just there. This is not something you really have to worry about. There's so much involved in it, and there's so much personalization that I feel like that's what's incredible to me. The custom thing. That's why I keep telling people, like, you can literally pick. You could pick all of it. It's a choose your own adventure. You literally get to pick the colors. And if you go onto the website, all my streamers, all my people that are listening to it, there is a chance that if you go onto this website and you're like, you know what I want? I want a present for myself or my significant other or my significant others. I'm going to get them the gift that keeps on giving. You pick a bunch of stuff. Me, may be the one who takes all of these things into consideration, bundles them up for you, and very intimately creates this for you. And I'm so excited about it. And I cannot wait to put your pour video of your special thing that you want for yourself on TikTok. You can look at it later someday, just like your ticket stuff.
Sometimes we get some of these orders sometimes, and we look at what the customer requested, and then from there we'll often, how do I put this? It's not that we put our own spin on it, but we might look at the colors that they've chosen and rearrange them so that we're going to get a, oh man, I'm going to say this. We are artists and we understand color, and that we understand probably a little bit better than the average person about what's going to look good. And
certain combinations are not going to work for you in certain instances, but I promise you that we care enough to tell you the very best. This is never going to get old. It's never going to get old, and I'm never going to stop doing it.
So, we'll bring our own perspective to it. And ultimately, if you don't like it, and, we haven't had this conversation, but, we at Amavidi, we do not accept returns. Now, what that means is that you will never return something to us.
No.
Okay, we never want to have something come in the mail to us that has been in somebody else's hands. And that's just for everybody's safety. And that I never want the question to be, has this been in somebody else's hands? Has somebody else touched this? I can tell you absolutely 100% nobody else has had any of their hands on any of the products that we sell. And it has to do with, our philosophy, which is that nothing is ever going to come back to our studio. Now, if something fails, if you notice a flaw in it, we're going to replace it. We're going to make sure that you're happy and that you get what is a useful object for yourself. We're going to make something that fills a particular space and looks pretty doing it.
It's
yeah.
It's so funny to me because people on my stream know, that have been around me know. Like I mentioned this earlier, my mom worked in communicable diseases at the state health department for over a decade, and I am a germaphobe. 2020 was my own personal hell. I already didn't want to touch ATMs. And so when we started talking about this and even watching the process of the process and the other processes that we don't talk about, where everything is sterilized on the way out, I was like, I feel so happy right now. I feel so confident and happy right now because I can get behind all of this. And it's to my standard of like, I don't know where, when I'm looking, I guess that's why I'm so happy. I made this. You can't see it, but I made it. But I know where this has been. I know how it was created.
It looks something like this.
It looks like But the point is that this is up to my level of freakish paranoia. This is, this one, not this one, but this is something that's going to be in a person or around, or, touching a person. It's so important to be clean. Half the stuff that I did for charity was about non-communicable disease prevention stuff. And so for me, that was one of the biggest selling points about the whole experience of the job. Even it was like, these people understand germs.
Yeah. Everything that has gone through our process is something that I would be completely comfortable with giving to any of my partners. And to me, that's the standard, is that if it's not something that I would be comfortable giving to any of my partners, then it's not going to leave my studio.
Yeah.
I've had people ask, why don't you have more flops? Why didn't you have more items that are discounted? And it's because my standards, the things that I want these to be is so high that the things that would be considered flops are never going to get out of my studio.
I remember when we first started talking about this, and I would say stuff, and you'd be like, but is that body safe though? Or you'd be like, but is this going to retain fluid? Is this going to be a pocket somewhere? Maybe you should rethink your conceptual design. And I was like, This motherfucker, he knows what's up. Trying to talk about not making pockets retain fluid. Hell yeah, that's what's up. And I love this whole company. I'm very excited about all of this. I can't wait to do more, and I hope that all of you that are here tonight, make sure you click on the link that my Twitch has been spamming every 5 seconds. And Taro did say had a content thought, can you not do package and order with me videos on TikTok? I mean, if you do discrete packaging, then I bet you can do those. It sounds fun. I'm open to any and all ideas. Honestly.
I think that if we moved quickly enough that you couldn't see what the product was, then we might be able to do that. And yes, the product or the packaging that we use is discreet. It's a plain brown box. The only thing that says anything is it says Amavidi Studios on the return address. And that just has to be there because of the post office. So yeah, I mean, I think that if we moved quickly enough and we paid attention to where the camera was, then we could do something like that.
I think that would be fun. And I still think if any of you out there know or follow anybody, you know, kink talk and all that stuff, one of the people that I follow, the way that I feel like they're able to do it pretty successfully is if you cover up, you know, part of it with a sticker or something, like the top part of it, usually that'll pass, but guess we'll just have to see. In the meantime, all of my wonderful people who have been here this whole time being supportive, thank you so freaking much. Thank you so much for being here, letting me talk about this for hours and hours on end. And please do me a favor, and if you know anybody in your little kinky community or you're interested in getting your own little cool thing, please send them the link, because we can't post a whole lot on social media half the time, so word of mouth is where it's at. And
yeah, Taro says if you search the pack and order video with me on TikTok, it's a heavily liked category. I would love to do that. I may try to do that at some point. At this point, our focus has been on pour videos. There's something very satisfying about watching that silicone go into the mold. And that is, it's just like, it's so satisfying. And you can see the way that it kind of folds on itself and it creates that marbling. And when you see the base, it's just so pretty.
I love it. I love it. I love it. It's my favorite. All of you should go to TikTok right now and look up Amavidi and just watch the pretty, pretty colors, the pretty, shiny, goopy colors go into the mold.
Yeah.
Do it.
All right. Was there anything else that we needed to talk about? Hyperfocus to and get ideas. What is that?
Oh, okay. Okay.
No,
it's all right. She was just saying that I've hyperfocused because I do. Someone just said, "Are you still streaming?" Oh my God. You really been streaming for 5 hours? Is that really useful content? Why, yes. Yes, it is. I think so. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and for coming here tonight. And I know
it doesn't feel like 5 hours though.
I know.
I'm sorry.
We could keep talking for the next 6 or 7 hours. It would be bad.
It's been 6 hours.
6 hours.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like that.
I love it. I've had such a great time.
I've had other guests on and we have talked about, other makers, Built Up Beasts. We've had Paladin Pleasures. We've had several folks on, and, those are the conversations that go for hours because it's just, we have this opportunity to talk to and connect with people who do what we do. And it just happens so rarely.
I think it's just that we have a great passion for what we're doing. And honestly,
Mm-hmm.
I like what you said about being sex worker adjacent, being, community advocate of sorts. I enjoy being part of the conversation. I like the advocacy aspect of it. This is a tangible way for me to be in the better health community in a way that facilitates my weird, crafty, whatever it is that I do. My love of pour videos and demolding videos. And I'm really grateful. And I'm grateful to all my people who are still supporting me after all this time. All the people who said, she gives no fucks now, hooray, and still stayed with me. Thank you so much. I love you all. I can't wait. We should do this again sometime.
I mean, this is... Yes, what we do is sex worker adjacent. What we do has sexual connotations to it. But for me, it is a lot more about the art. It is much more about I want to put my hands on something. I want to know that what I am creating has a physical presence to it. And that's just what I want.
I like that though. And that's what's so hard about, we were talking about earlier with performance art and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's an impermanence, an intangibility to it. But whenever I was making the doll and things, we're talking about mechanisms and things that happen. But I know it's great.
I'm just laughing because
to be honest,
your ghost dong is...
So Taro said something earlier about do all of them have to be pigmented? Can you do like clear pores? It's not. I mean maybe we should make a ghost dong. I think that'd be fun. But silicone, I don't know about just the
silicone on its own as a silicone toy. Silicone on its own is kind of a milky clear color. It is not.
Yeah.
If you can find a toy that is clear, that has no holes in it, that is not milky, it is going to be a jelly toy, which we haven't gotten into tonight. But, yes, it is possible to do one without any pigments. But what you're going to end up with something is something that's going to be kind of a milky white, a milky clear.
Which is kind of spectral-y, but also maybe not the best for a product line. We'll have to talk about that someday. We'll have to talk about that. I just think that what you're saying about what's funny to me is this entire time almost I've been fidgeting with this because it's a squish toy and my whole desk is just covered with them. And this is what's on
my desk. I've been over here fidgeting with it, and it's off camera. Nobody can see it, but I'm over here squishing and folding, and it's just one of those things that it's so tactile.
It is. And I honestly, that's the entire reason that I am working for all of you, like this whole time. And we talked about this, like the clicking of the acrylic. I don't even like ASMR, but it's just, I just want a life where I can squish things and click things and I don't have to justify myself.
Yeah.
I just want viability through squishing and clicking. It's totally fine.
It's amazing to me that I have been able to create a business that allows me to fulfill those little parts of my psyche that he talked about acrylic, which we haven't talked about at all tonight, but when I'm making those products, when we were doing those products for that environmental company, I was looking at them, and when I was working on them, my thought process was not, how do I get to the next piece? My thought process was, I love this piece.
Yeah.
It is about the moment that is, and maybe that's where we kind of connect, is that we have that experiential, that it is the moment in time. I love this piece that I'm working on right now. I'm not thinking about what I just made. I'm not thinking about what I'm going to make. It is about what I'm
This
doing
moment.
right now.
Yeah.
And how can I make this the best that it can be?
It's almost exactly like performance. It's this tangible experience.
But
where you're
there's
like,
no audience.
I mean, you are the audience. Someday, your actions will affect someone else. They will be inherently changed by your experience. And this is how we perpetuate.
That happened back in 5th
time.
grade. It's already done. There's no way
it
I can.
happens every day. You open the door at QT for somebody and they're like, I didn't want this day to be the last day anymore. And that's it. And you do it every day. You just don't get to know half the time. You just make butt art and weird, stuff. And thanks for letting me come make butt art with you. I appreciate you. I appreciate. I never thought I'd be doing certain things with my life. Gotta say, definitely not a thing I'd be doing. But to be fair, one of the biggest problems and most detrimental things that has happened to me as a human being has been being repressed and trying to pretend to be someone I'm not. And I can't tell you how beautiful it is. We were just talking about this. One day I was talking to a friend about some weird ass monster project I was doing, and they were like, do you know who you need to talk to? And here we are today. So thank you. Thanks. Thanks, friend. I can't wait to pour more things and squish more things. Thank you. I'm so happy.
Good.
And
I'm glad you're happy.
I'm also going to, for those of you who are in my Twitch right now, if you are not on my Discord, I'm gonna post some butt art in my Discord, but it's not what you think. It's not what you think. That's later. I post the butt art. There's also a bruise channel in there. Don't worry about it.
Don't look at that.
If you've never been here before, you won't understand, but it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I joined your Discord yesterday.
My Discord. Yay!
Yeah, and I had to look at it, and I was like, oh, there's a whole bruise channel over
yeah.
here.
WTH. Like, it's, yeah. Well, I started taking pole, and what people do not understand is, like, again, I actually don't know how much I weigh right now. I weigh probably upwards of maybe 170 pounds. I'm not sure. It could be more than that. Who knows? Point is that imagine you have this pole and you have one arm holding it and the other parts of you are hanging down, and then you take one of your legs and wrap your knee around the pole
using friction,
and then all of your weight at some point, especially if you do certain moves, is being held up on the back of your leg. There's a conditioning that exists that you have to go through in order for your body to be conditioned to do this. Mine is not. It is not conditioned to do this right now. So anytime I do that, it's just like, and now you look like somebody beat the crap out of you. Like, it's nasty. And so there have been times where, and it'll happen in about 5 minutes, and I've never been a bruiser. I've never been a person that bruises. It's nasty. So that's why that channel exists, is because I'd be talking and people are like, they're like, Suzy, we got to see this. I want to see it. I'm like,
what did you call them?
It's the internet.
Pole kisses. Pole kisses.
Pole kisses. Yes, they're called pole kisses. Pole kisses. Well, the lady said that the lady that owns the studio, Amber, they performed this weekend at the Tulsa Nude Art Show. It was amazing. But she said she used to have a shirt that said "Embrace the Bruises," but then she felt it was like kind of catering to violence in a way, so she started calling them pole kisses instead. And she's like, just gets us some kisses or whatever, and like, oh, like we can call them whatever they want, you know, whatever you want, but it's a lot and it's painful. It's a lot, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for the future. I'm excited. I have a whole new life ahead of me.
Mhm.
Dildos and pole class and talking about advocacy. It's the best life. Hashtag living
I think
my
the
life.
funniest, for me, the funniest part of the business, and I mentioned this 3 or 4 days ago, I can't remember exactly, but I told you about our company safe word.
Yeah.
Which, you know, if you're in the BDSM community, you understand what safe words are, but a safe word is a word or phrase that you use that lets people around you know that where you are is at your limit, and that they need to either scale back or whatever.
Or stop.
And
yeah.
yeah. And so, you know, I shared with you what our company safe word was. And, you know, here we are. It's a company and we have a safe word. Which we could have a lot of conversations about products and things like that, but they can be uncomfortable if they go in a certain direction. And so we have a way of communicating those limits to the other folks that are around us. And so, yeah. We
I
have
like
a
it a
company
lot.
safe word.
I like it a lot. I feel like it makes it even better because then it's like, we are adults. We are communicating adults. We are communicating adults that understand that demographically we probably need fail safes in place in order to be like, it's nope. Time to rein it in. But I
Yeah.
like it. I think it's great. I'm excited about the future. And
so I'm
I just
looking
wanna
at
keep showing-
I'm looking at your stream and I see a QR code. What is that all about?
So for those of you who don't follow me on the everything, I have the everything, and the QR code is actually my link tree to the everything. I found that that's my favorite method of showing people. They're like, do you have the thing? Or they'll say, where can I find you? And I'm just like, here's my QR code. That way what happens is you take a picture of the QR code and then it shows you all the options that you can have. Just like Amavidi, actually. Now that I'm saying this, it's customizable just to you. You take a picture of the QR code and then you're like, boop, I like Facebook, or I like OnlyFans, or I'm into the Insta, whatever it is. Boop, there it's there. So that is actually to my link tree. So, and if you follow me on Twitch, there's a whole bunch of information there also. In fact, I should make a thing now. I'll add that to my QR code so that there's an Amavidi thing at the bottom. It'll be great. But yeah, so that's where you can find me on everywhere. And I do everything. I am a dancer. I'm a conceptual artist. I make costumes. I make videos. I do Let's Plays. And I'm on literally everything. It's a lot. There's a lot of stuff out there. So whatever it is that you like, there I am somewhere being spoopy and weird. I think I have a Tumblr still. There's a Tumblr out there somewhere.
I know. I think Tumblr has kind of fallen off the radar. Yeah, it's kind of dead to me as well.
One of the reasons that I still have some stuff is just because of other countries, but I don't get a lot of interaction. Twitch is one of my favorite ways to interact, and all my Twitch family that are here tonight, thank you for being here. I know this is literally not even a little bit of what I normally do. So thank you for staying with me. I big appreciate you guys. The 5 people in here that aren't my 2 lurkers or whatever. But no, I really appreciate you guys, and I've had a great time. But thank you for supporting me. And if you are new to here, there's a QR code just for you.
Elrac has asked for a link to the Discord.
Yep, you just do. Yep, Taro got it. Thanks, man. We have a lot of
So,
alerts in there.
hmm.
Oh, Mako is here. Hi, Mako. We have people from the UK. That is another thing about Amavidi. We do ship to other countries.
Yeah,
We can't
do.
ship to all countries, but we do ship to other countries.
Certain
Tell your
countries
friends.
have limits that make it difficult to ship to them. Germany is one that comes to mind because there's a whole story there, but basically you have to buy credits for every box that you ship into Germany, and if you don't have enough credits, then they charge you. And anyway, it's really messy. So Germany is not one of them, but we do ship to a lot of different countries. Just hit the website, and if your country is in the list, then it'll give you a shipping cost. But if it doesn't, if it just says it's not shipping, it's not available, I'm sorry, but you live in a country where it's either illegal or very difficult to ship into.
Yeah, it's sad too, because it's a great place. They have a great community there, full of education and kink, but it's crazy. As a person who's toured other countries as a dancer, like some of the things, like even in the UK, Mako, I don't remember what it's called, but it's like the health and safety board. They would get mad if you put a flag near a door. Like they would freak out about everything. It was impossible to just exist half the time. It was just like, I just want to just get up here in my booty shorts and flap my butt cheeks around for the next 90 minutes. Like that's what I'm going to do. And they're like, oh, you can't, because what if you cause a fire? And I'm like, with my butt cheeks? I don't know what's going to happen. And like London would shut down at 11. No, like you do not play loud music. No. And so like navigating social media, SESTA FOSTA laws, shipping requirements, customs, environmental tax, and the tariffs and the stuff and the things. We're doing our best here, people. Help me out. Help a lady out.
LRAC has said in the state of Alabama, it's illegal to buy and sell adult toys. Absolutely. If you are in Alabama and you try to order from my website, it'll block you because...
Yeah, we were just talking about that today. I forgot you told me that.
Yeah. Alabama is a state that we cannot ship into. Chances are we could ship and nobody would care. The bottom line is that, at that point, I'm committing a federal crime. I am using the U.S. mail service to ship a product that is illegal into another state. And so, yeah, I cannot ship into Alabama.
It blows my mind. And I'll say this again, but one of the memes that has permeated my being for the entirety of time.
Yes.
Is the meme that the person said, y'all trying to make memes and make fun of Alabama for their abortion ban. It was like, oh God, I'm going to mess this up. They said basically, don't laugh at them about that, y'all. They're 50th in education. They can't read that shit. I mean,
yeah.
Dang, friends. Okay, it's not like Oklahoma's doing much better, but dang.
Yeah.
Ouch.
We're number 46. Not 40, not 50, but we're number 46. So we're doing better than Alabama and 4 other states. But yeah, we're not doing great.
Listen, we're going to perpetuate education one dildo at a time. You understood?
If we can do it, we're going to push the boundaries. Yeah.
I think Oklahoma's getting better. I mean, we didn't legalize tattooing until like 2006, but
yeah.
I did just spend the entirety of my weekend at a nude art show. The 16th annual nude art show. Like that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Gosh, I felt so privileged to be there. It was great. But yeah, and that was another thing is like they had, Amavidi didn't make it in this year, but they had vendors and all kinds of education, and one of the biggest toy hauls of in the whole state, like the largest toy drop or whatever it was. And
Oh, wow.
yeah, it's definitely an intangible experience, but I'll keep that in my memory for forever. I don't have anything that I brought away from this year, but a lot of interesting photos that some of my people on OnlyFans got to see.
We'll have to talk about that at some point, but again, the things that the audience never sees is the conversations that we have. We were talking this afternoon about, I want to be involved in the Tulsa Nude Art Show, number 17, whatever it is. And I want to do a very specific piece of kind of art. And it's going to...
I'll help you, friend. We'll do it.
Yeah,
let's do it.
I missed the deadline for submissions last year, but I think that what I want to do is something that people will. It's not like anything that anybody else is doing.
Well, and I think it's going to be exciting. I'm so excited. There's so many things that I want to tell them about that I can't yet. And I just started working for you, but I'm excited for the future. I can't wait to share with you the things that are in development. I'm excited about all of the things that are going forward, and I appreciate you guys. He has to listen to me talk like the whole time and just ask a trillion questions and constantly be in like a state of needing horrible like amounts of therapy all the time. But my happy places today, even though I'm still wondering about that last one and how that all went, by the way, but I was in a happy place today, a stressed out happy place, being like, I have to make the best dildos. I have to come to work every day and be like, my mission in life is to make that thing that you remember, that tangible experience just for you, that you're like, this is my thing that I picked, that I like for me or my significant other, your favorite one or whatever it is, your one that you like for XYZ. I have passion and I'm filled with determination and the love and desire to make the most amazing dildos for people.
It's so ironic when we put that sentence together, right? We want to make the best dildo that we can.
I want to fill you with determination. I just do. I do, though. I mean, I want that in life. I want that for you guys. Everybody in my stream is like, yeah, no, we already knew that. But
all right. I'm going to throw a link into the chat so that people can find you and
thanks, friend.
Find your Twitch, because there's an awesome QR code that they can hit and find.
Also,
yeah, go ahead.
If you forget, SuzySpector.com. Or just put my name literally into everything. It's kind of sad. It's everywhere. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm coming back to YouTube. I missed YouTube a lot, but I haven't had a chance to edit, but it's coming back. YouTube's coming back. I'm excited.
Good.
Thanks for having me on. I had a great time. We could continue to do this for the next 7 hours, but we have to go to bed. It's late.
Yeah, we do.
Old.
It's 1:30 in the morning, and we've been doing this for a while.
God,
so
1:30 in the morning. I don't know.
It doesn't feel like that, though, does it?
But I have to go to bed because I have to be up in like a couple hours. Did I sleep yesterday? I don't think I did.
2 hours is what you said. Yeah. You had enough caffeine to get you through.
I functioned. I was functional mostly.
Yeah.
But the pictures are on the internet already, so worth it.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for being supportive. Please make sure you go everywhere and look for Amavidi everywhere. Send my link to everyone. Do it. Yeah. And also, thank you, Derek, for this opportunity. Thank you for
Yeah.
having me on. Thank you for helping my life go in a better direction than it was.
I mean, you know, people, it always makes me kind of laugh when people say, thank you for XYZ. And I'm like, but that's just what you do. You do that for the people that either you care about or are doing things that you care about. And so, yeah,
I'm
you just
glad.
do that. Yeah.
Because this is a very interesting thing to care about, and so I feel like I got pretty lucky when it came to that.
Aw.
So thanks. I'm not making a monster movie. It was a lie. I lied the whole time. I didn't want to tell him. I didn't want to tell him what was happening. But now I will. I will tell him. And I will pick a different color for the next time we do a reveal. This is never going to be old. This is going to be on my stream from now on. It's going to be sad. If you want, I'm going to go ahead, and you guys will probably end up sending me off to Shan's or something tonight. But if you guys will just hang out for a minute, don't go anywhere on my stream.
I'm gonna do my quick outro to my people, and you can do, you know, we have separate streams, even though they're kind of overlapping.
We've crossed
but...
streams. I'm gonna put you guys on the splash screen, but don't go anywhere.
Yeah, give me
go
like
over to somebody else's thing.
Give me like 30 seconds to do my quick outro.
Oh yes, for sure.
And
I'm
then
just preparing them.
I'll throw a post-show screen up for a little while, and then you can take your people to do whatever you want to do.
Awesome.
So
thank you guys for coming.
All right. So I wanted to thank everybody for joining me this evening. I had Suzy Spector on. She is the newest addition to the Amavidi family, and she has some wonderful ideas about art and what we do. So I wanted to give people an opportunity to meet her and to have, you know, have the opportunity to ask questions or to kind of dive into that personality a little bit. So yeah, I wanted to take just a moment and thank everybody for joining me, and we will do this again next week. Thanks everybody. Bye.